Good morning, everyone. Hope everybody had a wonderful day yesterday, and I hope everybody's having a wonderful day today. Hey, Hollows. Also, you totally missed out yesterday because the cats figured out how to push the door open. And so they came in on their own. And so there was a ton of cat attacks yesterday. Hey, what's up, Kintar? All right. So yesterday, though, outside of the cats showing up, yeah, fair. Outside of the cat showing up yesterday, hey, that's on you. I had not, and that wasn't even on me. I didn't even open the door. That was the cats. So you got to talk to the cats that time. But yesterday we were working or started working on the garage here for some of our vehicles, and actually managed to get a pretty good sort of build idea going. So we are going to continue with that today. Get this welded up and get some turrets on it so that it's protected. Add some additional violent tendencies to our base here. And then hopefully we can start working on also planning out for the rocket silo. I don't know if it's going to be a full-on silo or if it's just going to be like another building, but we'll find out. Maybe I'll just make it like one of those launch arms. But we'll find out. That aside, okay, that's quite a bit. Cool. What I also need to do, I think, is maybe put in a door of some sort. Unknown signal? How close? Not very. And then if I remember correctly, that's 1, 2, 3, 6, 7. Yep, okay. Since I want another compartment here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And this just runs all the way back. Awesome. Oops. There we go. That's what I wanted. No! Never have enough. And grab more steel. I need all the steel I can get my hands on. There we go. And then I will go ahead and bring this out so that way I don't have to do... Actually, no, I won't, because this layer goes right in here like this. And that will be the ramp up once I get the second set. That'll be the ramp up onto this. Now what I need to do... There we go. This goes in here, and then we skip a spot so that way we have something for our interior blocks. We do a total of 3. Then we skip another one, and then we do this final row. Oh, I'm stuck. I'm stuck. There we go. Doot. And so what will happen is the floor will wind up looking like this once we start getting it all welded up. And think I have some interior plates on me. Pretty sure I do. I do. The reason why I like using these is because they have an interesting pattern on them, first of all. But they also have the light strips on them, which don't require power. So even if the base power is off, let's say it just loses all of its power, it gets disconnected from power, it'll still wind up having those strips on there kind of lightly glowing, so it's easier to see them at night. Because you can just barely make them out. They're not super, super bright here, but they are bright enough. And so I like using them. This also wouldn't be a bad location to add a couple of extra batteries for just additional power storage. Like an extra place to keep them. Because I've already got 2 in the junkyard building, the main building. But having a couple more for extra power would not be a bad idea. No, whoops. Wrong location. Right idea, wrong location. And we bring you across. Awesome. I was watching, yesterday I was watching the release. I wouldn't really call it a release trailer so much as it was just a general trailer talking about the Space Engineers 2 updated spacesuit. First of all, it looks real spiffy. I'm actually looking forward to seeing it in action. But they also added... Actually, no, they didn't add because you could already do it, I think. I don't remember. But anyway, they were talking about the mag boots that are on it for walking on asteroids and stuff. And they were showing off the new camera for asteroid walking. And it really is just super smooth. It looks so good. Ordinarily, when you're walking in a zero-G environment, the camera is basically locked directly on you. And so every time you make any sort of change to your orientation, it follows you hard. There's no sort of springiness to it. Woot! Congrats. Welcome to the club. That was probably a good idea. Uh-oh. I'm running out of everything. Because honestly, they're really not too expensive. And on top of that, hey, what's up, Tommy? On top of that, getting all the DLCs just helps, get more money to Keen. Yeah. Honestly, it feels like I just got up as well. I've been awake for an hour. I usually wake up at 8 in the morning, but yeah, exactly. More of the pretty blocks. Yeah, I really was just almost completely out of H2. There you go. Sometimes I will accidentally wake up early. And it's like, I don't want to be awake right now. I want to be asleep. Why are you there? That's not what I wanted at all. There we are. Okay. And you were conveyor junction. Awesome. We're going to put one right there. And then armor junction our way across. It's so true. Like, I really do fight wanting to go to bed. Like, I don't want to go to sleep. There's so much stuff that I want to still do. And then I get into bed. I'm like, yeah, but do I really have to get out of this thing? It's so warm and comfortable. All right. I'm probably going to need more girders. So let's grab. Actually, yeah, let's just grab more anyway. Oh, that's right. You guys are suffering your summer. And there we go. Get this in place. Oh, there you go. It's not too sweltering, at least. There goes that. And we get the rest in. Awesome. Kind of close there, Mr. Monarch. You really are just wanting to count that down, aren't you? I think mostly you're just wanting somebody to like beat up. That's what it is. You're like, Cruz sucks at PvP. I want to kick his ass. I mean, I don't blame you. I generally want to kick my own ass too, but that's besides the point. All right, let's get these in. Okay, that's that side. That side is done. And actually, I needed to get rid of the middle ones. That really doesn't mean too much. And you don't know you have bad ping because we haven't multiplayered yet. So you could have amazing ping. There's that. And boom, and boom. There we go. So that should be 3 of our 4 bays. I still have to, oh yeah. Now I need the tilted ones. We drop these here. All the way, almost. There we go. Yeah, no, that sounds like terrible ping. That sounds like you might want to have your ISP look at things kind of ping. Oops. No. That's not where I wanted you at all. Oh yeah, no, that's why. Unfortunately, no. I kind of got distracted yesterday, so I didn't look like I was supposed to. Oh my, okay. So I know what you're saying, Brad. But it is one of those huge pet peeves when somebody uses Wi-Fi in place of internet access. And I just, I'm like, oh no, Wi-Fi is just internal. Hey, Lennon, what's up, buddy? It's just, oh, witch sickness. There are lots of them. And I need probably more girders. That's good, I suppose. It's about context, Brad, not just saying Wi-Fi over and over and over. That's probably not a bad idea there, Tommy. Probably, yeah. Transfer, well, how do you have any scripts on console? I mean, I actually, I guess if you're playing on a server, maybe, but you should just be able to get to them. Yeah. Oh, come on. There we go. Guess what I'll do is just middle. Yeah, that'll work. We get all the glass in so we don't get rained on. Well, at least we put in the blocks. Interesting. Yeah, that's one of those things that I really wish consoles would ease up on, is just allowing consoles to have scripts for space engineers. Because as far as I am aware of, there is nothing that is in the scripting language that would allow anybody to run anything illicit. Like, I suppose you could write a script that would maybe do something that could cause your game to crash if it's sitting there trying to run something. But generally speaking, in most cases, the scripts are incredibly benign. Well, yeah, I know that. Like, I know what consoles are capable of. It has been a matter of contention for quite a while. But I mean, in general, I think consoles should allow for scripts in Space Engineers. Because that's the problem, is that, whoops, for a lot of these sorts of games, the reason why PC wins out is just because of their modability. The fact that you have so much that you're capable of modding. Okay, where'd it go? Oh, there it is. It's just like, the other thing is the fact that you have like Skyrim, for instance, or Fallout on consoles, but they're limited on what sort of mods they can download because of the fact that they have a size limitation. Yeah, see? So it's one of those things that consoles, as far as their modability, are so far behind right now. And PC's like, oh yeah, we still got those. Well, for a lot of people, it's just easier. You don't have to have a big computer. You spend 600, 700 bucks, you have console. And for most people who are only using it for gaming or for a video player, That's all they need. They don't need computer. Yeah, you know, at the end of the day, it's just easier. That's fair. Okay, let's also go ahead and get this in place. And there we go. It's not the Apple excuse. Legitimately, there are reasons why consoles are, in some cases, better than PCs for just gaming. The only thing that a person is doing is gaming, and that's all they will be doing, then yes, the console is going to be a superior product. Hey, how you doing? What is that? Aegisus? Okay, Lennon, it's okay. No. Ran out of steel plates again. It happens. But in all fairness, computers today are absolute brain dead pieces of technology compared to where they were at when I started using computers almost 40 years ago now. Holy crap. God, I'm starting to feel old. All right, fair. Oh, I didn't have to go all the way down here. There we go. First PC that I messed with, actually, there were several. There were, my dad had, what was it? An IBM XT, an IBM AT. He had an Atrona, which most people aren't going to know about because they only sold like 3,000 of them. But it was kind of like a big sort of laptop kind of thing. It's hard to explain. And then it ran, I think it was running DOS at that time, like one of the oldest versions of DOS. And then, of course, the old Apple IICs when I got into school. Yeah, you know, the old machines. Okay. That should be good. What? Yes, I know you can push your way through the door now. Which means I now have to get up and open it properly so that way you can get back out again. You are an absolute pain in the ass. I love you, but you are such a pain in the ass. Yeah, that's how it did feel back in the day. I remember when I was going to art school, there was a kid in my class, as part of my class, who had, I don't remember if it was like his dad was just really wealthy or if he got a bunch of money or something. But I remember he was one of the first people I knew who had a dual core not a dual core, a dual CPU computer. It had 2 processors on it. And we were all like, oh, you are going to be able to render all the things. It's going to be so cool. I don't think it would be able to. Yeah, go get some sleep, dude. Sleep is good. What? You want over here? Want to mess up another one of my shirts? Come on. Come on. Oh. Yeah, get some sleep. And of course, Hollows is probably not around, so she's not getting to see the cat right now. Yep, she's idle. Cat shows up, she's asleep. Oh, Hollows. That probably sounds like an actual really cool sort of script to have. Just for giggles kind of thing. Okay. Let's set that. There we go. Okay. There you go. That's the right attitude. All right, Tommy. Good luck. Let me pay some more cat tax and then we'll get back to work. Also, for those of you who do not know, this is Smudge, one of 4 cats that we have. Also, in about half an hour, we're starting in about half an hour, I may have to randomly just get up. My sister is waiting on a new bed to get delivered. So I will probably have to get up and go help with that real quick. She's at work, though. Oh. Yeah. You are a good girl. So, all right, come on. Go lay down on the bed. Where are you at? Monarch Transport. Cool. So next up, I need... to, I think... Specifically, just realized, I need some interior plate. Covered in fur. Although not quite as bad today as it was yesterday. Yesterday was so bad. Yesterday it was like my shirt had turned gray because of all of her fur. What are you doing over there, Smudge? What are you doing? Gonna get yourself stuck and then I'm gonna have to rescue you. Oh, how am I doing on ice? Oh, I'm fine on ice. I'm good. I have a little bit. Since the only thing I'm using the ice for right now is just refueling my jetpack, I'm good. All right, we're going to go ahead and we're going to put some junctions up here. Specifically for... Go. For turret emplacements. And I want to do it at all of the corners. But I want this thing to have some decently extra firepower.
Inventory full.
God bless it. As one of my ex-girlfriends used to say, God bless a milk cow. Never understood why she said it that way, but, you know, whatever. Why are you... Why do you have so much ammunition in you? Because that's... Who is that? Oh, that's this one. Okay, that's why you have so much ammunition. Never mind. You're also not currently and correctly attached to the base. So it's okay. I'm like, wait a minute. Something ain't right there. You again. Oh, yeah. Gotta pick up the stuff. Yes, you're adorable and I love you. But I'm working. Okay. So now that I've got these in place, a couple of options as far as getting them all attached. I think what I'll want to do here. That's not for you to mess with. And I will do... Go. And there. Actually, this will work out way better than originally what I was going to do. I'd forgotten I had all these in place. There we go. And so we've got all of these conveyors that are now going to be connected up to the junctions. And do I have... Yeah, I think I have the junction over here. Yes, I do. Cool. What? Aw, yeah, you're adorable. You know, if you would just sit in my lap and just chill in my lap, I would let you. Yeah, go ahead. Come on. Come on. Over here, dummy. Over here. Don't give me that look. Get over here. Come on. Just lay down. It's okay. All you got to do is just lay down. Okay? Can you do that, or do you just want hugs? You are kind of chilly. What I need on my mouse is like a thumbstick. Actually, that would be pretty cool because I've already got the side buttons because this is an MMO mouse. But it would be really cool to also have a thumbstick on it so that I could also use that for like WASD keys. Where are you going? Where are you going, Goober? That's my water, not yours. All right, and then I think the only thing I need to change... Nope. Okay, yeah, the only thing that I need to change is this. I need that finger and that hand. Thanks, cat. What are you doing? Goober. Just lay down. It's okay, just lay down. I should just pop your head right off. Yes, I should. Okay. So now we've got this in place. I'll be able to get the junctions in as well as the armored conveyors. And once I have the armored conveyors in place, then I'd be able to feed ammo into the turrets that I put up here. Now, the turrets that I want to put up here, I'm not sure which ones go where. I think I might do Gatlings on the outsides at the four corners once I get that fourth bay in. And then I'll do artillery and autocannons on the others. Kind of a mixture thereof. So that way I get a lot of different firepower available to me. Yeah. Probably can't hear her purring. She's not purring quite loud enough. Yeah. You are so happy right now, getting so much love and attention. Like you don't get any at all. You're just so unloved. It's terrible, isn't it? How do you cope with life? Okay, come on. Let's see. Let's start by, I think what I want to do is and we'll put these here like so. Then these in place over here. Excellent. And that will be, I'll be able to go ahead and put the turrets on top of this pretty easily. Back. Let's grab our weapons, shall we? And get the Gatling Mark IIs. Wasn't how I wanted you, but oh well. There and there. And then let's do not sure I want to put the artillery turret there, only because of the fact that that is going to look real weird. Now, the autocannon really wouldn't look too bad, so I may do that here and here. Actually, I may do that on all of these. Excuse me, assault cannon. The assault cannon, what is your range? Rate of fire. Telling me everything but what I really, really want to know. That's fine. We'll just make do. And the final one will go over there. There we go. So, and then once I get that last and fourth bay in, we'll be able to go ahead and punctuate those corners with the Gatling turret. And between the 6 assault cannons, the 4 Gatlings here, plus the 3 more over there, we should start to actually see some decent defenses on this base. Now, of course, the base itself is not really designed for combat. So it's one of those things that it just, we're going to have to roll the dice. More than likely what'll happen is some of these vehicles will get hit. That's just going to be the way of it. What I might do is go ahead and run out some decoys. Maybe set up some decoy sort of solar-powered decoy balls, if you will. Things that I can easily print off and then move out to a location nearby that'll have a couple of decoys, a solar panel, and some batteries, and some armor. And so that way, hopefully what'll happen is that anything that comes close enough to start shooting at the base will focus fire on those first before they start attacking anything else. That's the hope. The reality is, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. So, but let's go ahead. There we go. Oh, whoops. Let's let's at least get a couple of these turrets up. 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, empty what I have, grab what I need. Then I'll probably also want to refill my hydrogen at some point. Oh, that reminds me, we did, I think, get some silver. How much silver do I have? AG, yeah. Oh, good. So now what I can do is also build the medical room somewhere. Don't know where yet, but I can build it. And with the medical room, I need 4, so that means I need more of those and more of those. But the medical room should refill faster. Well, does refill faster than the survival kit. And then also grants access to things like the suit and tool exchange, if you will, so that I can customize myself. Heard you, but I don't see you. And go. Get my middle grids. Oh, that's also next, apparently. And there we go. Alrighty. Got some extra turrets going here. And you've got ammo. Where are you coming down at? Nearby. You know what? Let's go collect that. We'll just take Red Rover as is. I think as far as the bays go, tank, Red Rover, trailers. The trailers are going to be solar powered, so they should be okay as long as everything is mostly turned off. I can't quite tell if you're actually gaining power or not. Looks like you're losing power. Yeah, so I need... Oh, because you're also not getting any sunlight at the moment. So I'll have to fix that. I think part of the problem is because the windows aren't welded up. They're not currently transparent. They're opaque. So let's go and... Oh, you're up there. Okay. Not a problem. I can get up that hill pretty easily. Without the trailer, I can definitely get up there. Yeah, there goes some nickel. Actually, don't need that at the moment. Yay! I love Red Rover. It does its job so well. There we go. Let's see if we got anything interesting on this one. Boop. Leopard grinder. Again, I mean, yay! Roll over. There we go. And, ooh, credits. That. Cool. Let's get this ground down. Yeah, I kind of want to see if we can find another shipwreck at some point. That was an incredibly lucrative find. Didn't get any uranium out of that, which would have been cool, but we did at least get a little bit of platinum, which is how we got our extra tools here. And then on top of that, lots of extra stuff. Silicon, don't need silicon. And then out that way is Flat Valley, which Flat Valley is fun to explore, honestly. It's a nice, long, kind of narrowish, but not too bad valley that's just really flat. Hence the name Flat Valley. So this area is just dying for a bridge. Just dying for it. What? You back again? Oh, okay. Are you stuck in here? All right, give me a second. I got to check on something. There we go. Problem solved. Okay. I don't really need any ice at the moment, so I'm not too worried about that. Plus, when you know what you're looking for on Pertum, ice is really easy to find. Ah. Oh god, now she's going to whine at my door. see. I also wouldn't mind finding like another supply cache. If you have been following along, the supply cache was the thing that blew me up a couple of days ago when we were working on the tank. And let's see. Not really seeing anything of import out here. Oof. Always a little sketchy going down those hills like that. Never quite sure. Those regional headquarters, though, keep like trying to grab my attention. Like it really, really wants me to go out there and take a look. Which I've already taken a look once, and as soon as I got close, it started spawning. Well, it spawned a drone. I don't know if it would spawn others. Some silicon. Coming up to Flat Valley out there. I want to see what's up this way. My opinion is that they are awesome. That is pretty much what I'm doing right now. So there you go. I personally, I find rovers to be more compelling than ships in most cases. Because once you get a couple of ships, everything gets really easy really quick. But rover only requires a little bit more effort and work. And so for me personally, I enjoy them more. But I can also understand why people might not. Because they are finicky. They can be temperamental. So it's one of those that I totally get why people would not want to do rover only. Okay. Not really finding anything of much out here. Hey, Cobalt. So let's go ahead and start making our way back. Yeah. I think part of the problem is just, you know, once you get to a certain point with ships, it's just like it's can be too easy. Like, what are you going to do after that? As far as weight goes, it really kind of depends on what you're doing with the vehicle. Like, is this a mobile base? Is it large grid? Is it small grid? Is it a situation where just have like you've turned up the settings for inventory? There could be a number of reasons why it's so slow. Like right now, I probably could be going a little bit faster. But I really don't feel like turning up. I don't feel like turning things up right now. Whoops. Check the power settings on your wheels, on your suspensions. It might be that they're not getting enough power for the amount of weight that you actually have on the vehicle. Oh, turn your friction down. You don't need that much. Well, generally speaking, you don't need that much friction. Yeah, if you're at that much power, You said you have 12 of them. Yeah, that is... The only thing that I could really recommend at that point is either make it bigger, which sounds like may not be something you want to do. The other option is to go ahead and attach some atmospheric thrusters or hydrogen thrusters to it. Yeah, see? There you go. If at first you don't succeed, add more thrusters. I know for a lot of people who do rover-only playthroughs, when they have a situation where they have a rover that needs to go up steep hills, but it by itself doesn't have enough power, then they will go ahead and add thrusters to the vehicle to help with that. Not quite what we're going with, but I love your enthusiasm, Lennon. Okay. God, this storm is nuts. The ice planet with atmosphere is Triton. It's actually, I think it's a moon, but I don't quite recall. Actually, no, it might be a planet. Anyway, but yeah, that's Triton. It's a really good place to play on, too. That works as well. I wouldn't say all. I had a fairly sizable rover at one point, and I don't think I had thrusters on it at all. I think it was just pure wheels. Of course, I don't recall it being that large either, so... Alright. There we go. Let's go refill our H2. Actually, how is our tank doing? 81%. Okay. And with that in mind, God, I'm so looking forward to Space Engineers 2. This is going to be such a good game. Okay. At least I hope it's going to be such a good game. Question is, where do I want to put... Where do I want to put my medical bay? Where it makes sense. Not that that matters. Don't really have any spots in here for it where it won't be in the way. Yeah, I know that. And I like they already did a teaser trailer for one of the two. And of course, in typical fashion, YouTubers have already started pulling it apart, looking for all the juicy little details. But with SE2, I'm really looking forward to that one. I'm looking forward to it because of the way that it changes how we are capable of building stuff. And I tend to love building stuff. Oh, cool. That would make sense. Honestly, 3 more DLC would be perfect. And that would help in a lot of ways. That would work out really well because Keen tends to release these days a new DLC every 4 to 6 months, typically. Sometimes as much as like 8 months to a year. Having a smaller team working on the DLC would help continue to maintain the longevity of Space Engineers 1 while the rest of the team works on Space Engineers 2. So yeah, that's going to be perfect. And that's going to just make sure that the game continues to get played for quite a long time. Damn it. Not sure how I feel about that. I have to change that. Anyway, let's get the garage finished off, at least as far as the planning side of things. There we go. And grab that. We'll get this last one in here, and then what I'm going to do is move the trailer to this spot so that I can get a more permanent connector for it going. And then we'll see about getting some connectors for smaller vehicles in place. 3, 1, 2, 3, 1. And then we run this all the way down. Doot. Now that I think about it, I think circling back to the rover only thing. If by rover only you mean no actual static base, this is not a rover only. However, if by rover only you mean I'm only able to build rovers as vehicles, then yes. Figured I'd circle back to that as there may be some confusion as to the semantics of rover only. But yes, rover only, like if you only have a rover as your base, like that actually is fun. And especially when you do it at a smaller scale. If you do like one of the small parts packs. What? And Smudge, you are just absolutely hard up to get back in here. I don't blame you. My room is pretty cool. Okay. And actually, F block. Then we do this line. And then finally this one. There we go. There. And then we do our interior blocks. Now that I think about it, this actually might not be a bad idea to put the trailer. Keep it, well, no. Let's go ahead and cover it. I was thinking about, hey, let's just leave it uncovered, but no, that's a bad idea. Because I know what'll wind up happening, and it will be bad. Because it always is. There we go. And we bring this one across. Find our middle. There. And there. No, that's not where you go. Awesome. Nope, that one. All right, thank you for the follow there, Mr. M14 SRV. Doot. Yay. It seemed pretty evident what it was. And okay, awesome. That's what I wanted. Now I need... I imagine most people are, it's M14 serve. Yep. Yep. I almost did, but I was like, nah. We'll leave it alone. Usually, unless people, although it's hard to say, because people do weird things with their nicknames online. The ones that get me are the non-English ones, because I'm terrible at those. Go. Probably need more, but we'll find out. Okay. Yeah, I'm no, not pronouncing those. Like, good luck. And there we go. Let's get this side here. Awesome. Of course, I'll also want to see about... No. Getting... getting some lighting in here as well, because it is, as they say, well dark. Which just sounds like a children's cartoon villain. This is well dark, and I am going to rule the world. My favorite light, it's hard to say. It really kind of depends. In general, for interiors, I really do like just the standard interior light. It's a good basic light. It does its job, and it's easy to work with. As a second for interiors, obviously the corner lights. Corner lights are great because they have a lot of functionality in the fact that they do join corners. Panels are great. I love panels when they make sense. But I can definitely see how they can be overused. I think that's one of those things that we tend to look at Lighting is an interesting thing. For me, I spent a long time working on 3D art growing up, and so lighting was an important aspect of that. And so when I'm building, I generally try and take lighting into consideration. But I know a lot of people who play didn't necessarily have that level of education or have that knowledge, I guess is a good way of putting it, about how to utilize lighting. And so that's why oftentimes lighting can be lacking in some of their builds. Yeah, that's a clear one. And that's, I think, really what it is just a lack of education or understanding of how lighting is important in their builds. And how a little bit can really go a long way. No, that's true. As a streamer, lighting is important. Like when I was doing Factorio, I went ahead and I used the Creative Tools mod so that I could just disable the day-night cycle. All right, there we go. That looks better. Now I just need... Yep. Pop you in here. And you right there. And then Gatling Mark II. There. Oh, good Lord. Yeah. There we go. All right. That should suffice. That also still makes sure that we have some form of connectors that we can put in here. So if I need to, I can replace like one of the conveyors up here with a junction. Set up all sorts of cool stuff. All right, we are going to move you. Right now, just put you out of the way and then turn you off. I need to move that. Actually, you know what? Let's go ahead. Get some welding done here. Thank you. Oh, wrong ones. Let's get this floor put in. Gonna need so much steel plates. There we go. Oh, totally forgot to keep that up. And I keep minimizing my Discord. I've got to keep it up because my sister may message me about, hey, my bed's on the way. Go. One of the benefits of using the half blocks here is that they are significantly cheaper. Go. No. At least I don't have to run all the way back over to the junkyard shop. Need to come up with a better name for it, though. Actually, I think just the shop will be fine. Not that it sells anything. Ooh, that's what I should add to it, is a couple of vending machines in the waiting room. Hello, what is that? Whoops, chicken coop? How you doing today? Dude, get rid of... Not get rid of. Melt these up. It's going to be fun doing the interior blocks, though. Surfing is good. Awesome. Let's grab 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I know. Inventory is full. Awesome. Hopefully it's a good one for you. There we go. Awesome. There we go. And I just have the last 3. Probably worthwhile, hopefully. It's one of those, it's like sometimes you get in the mood, you're like, oh yeah, I'm totally going to play that. It's going to be so awesome. I'm going to do all these things. And then you get it loaded and you're like, nah, never mind. I don't actually want to play this. I've done that so many times. Okay. Like yesterday I went to go play something and I loaded it up. I played for about 3 minutes and then I realized, no, I don't actually want to play this right now. And it always sucks when that happens because then you feel a little bad, like, well, shoot. I spent all this time getting it loaded up that I'm not going to play it. And that's fair. Not everybody likes to play solo. I love playing solo. I love playing by myself. Because I'm one of those that while I'm playing, I will get kind of distracted. And my sister and I were joking about this as well. We'll load up a game. Fair. I haven't played that yet. I do have it, and I do have it installed. I just haven't played it yet. But my sister and I were joking about the fact that we'll like load up a game and then play for probably about 5 to 10 minutes and then just stop for a second to look up something on YouTube. And then we'll start watching YouTube. We'll get sucked into YouTube shorts and then look over at our main screen going, oh yeah, we're still playing this game. But yeah, like I got it when it was free. I think or it was either free or it was just really cheap on like a Steam sale or something. Jesus. I mean, I guess it's a really good game. Let's grab more of these because I'm going to need to build some more. Yeah, most of the games that I have like over 1,000 hours in, looking at like Grand Theft Auto 5, this game, Factorio. How many hours do I have in? I don't quite have 1,000 in Red Dead Redemption 2, though. I've also got a ton of hours in Warframe. That might be something fun to do. Is, I don't know if I have the DLC. Kingdom Come Deliverance. Where are you at? You are in the caves. Apparently do have the DLC. Except for, well, I don't have the HD texture pack installed. But all the rest, I think I got it. Yeah, it was like the whole pack or something like that. Yeah, well, in all fairness, once you start drilling a whole lot, that's when your file size starts getting fairly large. Because I notice if I have like a lot of terrain that's been changed or deformed, my file size for the save just starts ballooning at that point. Yeah, I don't know either. I just know I got the whole thing because I know a lot of people have said really good stuff about it, and it's kind of up my alley because I have played Skyrim off and on for years, and I was looking for not the same, but just a similar sort of experience in terms of gameplay and whatnot. Yes, a lot of people are excited about it too. Right now, I'm actually having to save up my money for a new video card. That actually sounds like a fun way to troll a streamer. It's like, just run up, put this bucket on somebody's head. Trust us. Nothing bad will happen at all. Oh, how am I doing on... I am not. I'm going to have to get some more. If only there was a place nearby where I could get more iron easily. Actually, well, no, the 40 series isn't bad. The 40 series is actually pretty decent. And especially because I would be upgrading from a 1070 to anything else above that would be better. That's what I've been looking at, M14, is I am actually considering saving up for the B580 because I've been hearing a lot of good things about it. You talking about the 40 series or the 50 series? Chicken coop. I know. It feels kind of like sacrilege, but it's one of those that, you know, if it works, it works. At this point in time, I probably won't be anywhere near being able to afford a 50 series card, but the Intel cards I probably could pretty easily. But no, we got my sister a 4060 when she upgraded her computer, and she's been running it just fine. Been great for her. Yeah, I know what the price tag is. I have been following it. Yeah, the 70 the 4070s are actually really good too. Like price per buck, they are fairly good. Honestly, the 1070 that I have, I've had it for a number of years now, and it's run just about everything I throw at it fairly well. Even if I have to drop it down to low settings, or even in most cases medium. Although, funnily enough, a few years back, a couple years back, before they changed or updated to the new rendering engine, um, Star Citizen actually ran really, really good on my machine if I was running it at ultra settings. Oh yeah, easily. But ever since they updated to the new rendering engine on Star Citizen, my gameplay has just absolutely suffered. But that new, like the Intel series, I'm actually glad that Intel is competing against AMD and Nvidia, because for way too long it's really just been those two. And I think the overall, what is the word? There's a word I'm looking for. Anyway, I think we've overall suffered because of it. Yeah, fair enough.
Inventory full.
I've had the Radeon, AMD Radeons before, and they were good cards at the time. You know, they weren't perfect or anything, but they were good cards. I
Inventory
This has been
full.
the only Nvidia card that I've ever owned. And then, of course, you know, the first time this is like, you know, Intel's the only graphics that Intel has ever had has been their integrated graphics. So this is kind of a new thing overall. So it'll be interesting to see how it stacks up. But Jesus, what did you do to it? That poor 1070. There we go. Let's get a little bit more. Oh God. Speaking of cleaning things and blowing it up, years ago, I was hanging out with a friend and we were going to go play laser tag, but I couldn't afford to go for their all night event. So his parents offered to pay for me as well, but in return, I would clean their car. And I was like, yeah, no, that's cool. That's totally cool. So we went, we did the all night event. And then a couple days later, I went over to his place and I cleaned the car that they wanted cleaned. After I cleaned it, within about a week, it stopped working. And they said I was no longer allowed to clean anything of theirs again. Now they weren't mad about it because they knew it wasn't my fault. But it was still one of those. It's like, yeah, no, you're not cleaning anything ever. Okay, fair enough. Fortunately, I've gotten better over the years. I no longer kill stuff after I clean it. And this should be good. All right, let's see what our iron situation is like. There we go. Fair. I am not retired, so I always have to worry about it. That should be good for now. I need to extend those stairs at some point. That's a hell of a storm. I don't know why I'm bothering to close that door. It doesn't really matter. Like, when, in the grand scheme of things, you know, it doesn't matter. But, oh, you know, nothing much, really. It's same shit, different day, really. How about with you? What's new with you? Let's actually go ahead and refill real quick. And there yet? Almost. Nice. It is a good feeling when you're looking at your total tally of time going, you know, I'm actually glad I invested so much time into something. Hooray for new scans. Oh, good. You're going away from me. I think that's what I should probably work on next. Is getting... Let's actually get this done up. Give me the steel plates. Thank you. Yes, new thrusters. Well, I mean, new skins for thrusters. There we go. One, two, three. It's going to be hard to get to that from here, but... yes, on the 27th, actually. Which I will be streaming that. Although it's not the complete game, it's just the creative mode. And specifically, it's creative mode with asteroids. So if you played Space Engineers when it very first came out in early access, that's basically what it's going to be like. Yeah, no survival, just creative mode. And no planets either. So yeah, that's basically what it is. Just, and actually, the original version of Space Engineers didn't even have asteroids in it. That didn't come until afterwards. It used to just be a platform. It was a platform and a ship, I think. And that was it. That was all you got. And creative mode. Then they went through and actually added a game. As far as I know, yes. Essentially, I mean, they're not upgrading SE1. They're just making an entirely new game. So it's a sequel. Oh, and motors. Can't forget about the motors. Are we there yet? 3 motors, okay. Well, I think it's about more than just wanting a new engine. Space Engineers 1 is a 10-year-old game. It's been out for a long time. And a lot of technologies have come out since then that allow them to make a better product. Plus, the V-Rage engine is getting kind of old. It's a good engine, and what it does is amazing. But at the end of the day, an upgrade is not a bad thing. Now, see, I don't play iRacing. I generally don't do racing games, even though I have a few. I want to do... I'm not sure about the... No, the voxel engine's been updated. The voxel engine has been drastically updated because they're now handling terrain generation differently, which allows them to get finer details as well as being able to generate things like caves and stuff. Now, one of the other things that's changing is the physics engine. So they're updating to Havoc 22. And so they're able to get rid of a lot of clang, really, is what it comes down to. Clang is going the way of the dinosaur. Which is kind of sad, but at the same time needed. Yeah, no worries, man. And as far as Toxic, I used to play GTA religiously, so I'm used to Toxic. And not just GTA, but GTA on PC with the modders. I would definitely fall into that category. I am very definitely old. And go. Yeah, I'm in my 40s, so being called old is just normal. And you know, I've mentioned this before. Yeah, see, there you go. Somebody who's older than me. But I've mentioned this before. I've tried to play Rust. I just can't really ever get into it. Which is funny because I used to play DayZ all the time. DayZ was such a good game. At least the mod was. I loved the mod. Could not get into standalone. There we go. There we are. Get these done up. Ooh, and then I just have this last set to knock out. Awesome. Yep. Oh, of course, small steel tubes. It's always small steel tubes. So, got a nice spread of people here. Nice spread of ages. Nice. Which, you know, that's one thing that I do appreciate about Space Engineers is it's a game that still appeals to a broad range of people. Lots of different people enjoy the game for one reason or another, and it has a lot to offer. You know, if you like PvP, there's that. Exactly. Just like Lego. You know, if you like PvP, you can do that. If you like just building stuff, you can do that. If you like programming, you can do scripting. There's just so many different ways to enjoy Space Engineers. They really did hit on a winning formula with it. There we go. All right, I'm going to take a quick AFK. I'm going to go grab a snack, get kind of peckish. Plus, it'll give the base a little bit of time to like build some stuff up. I actually right now have Izzy's up and running for storage. I'm not using it for crafting. I could, but at the same time, I kind of don't want to. Personal preference right now for this particular run. But anyway, I will be back in just a few. I'm going to go grab something to snack on real quick. And then when I get back, we will work on some more stuff. Alrighty. And we are back. And no, I was not collecting the herbs for the tea. I wasn't actually even making tea. I was making a snack. That's just my default AFK now. um, let's see. Where are we at? Huh. Okay. I need. Still have plenty of power for now. I think, however, with daylight coming up over there, let's see about turrets, maybe? Well, not much is really attacking us at all. Knock on wood. So it's one of those situations where I'm not too worried about the defenses. Yeah, yet. Hey, what's up, old grumpy? Also, how you doing, clone? Go ahead and maybe weld these up. We'll get a couple more guns up and running, and then we'll see about setting up the next stage of this, which will be the connectors. Of course, small steel tubes. There's always that one that gets away. And as far as setting up Izzy's inventory manager, hold up a second. Okay, cool. All right, so I'm probably going to have to go AFK again here shortly, as we will be having a delivery here in a little bit. Hold on. Okay, there we go. My sister's new bed is going to be getting delivered here shortly. But yeah, as far as Izzy's, actually setting it up isn't that difficult per se. If you know how it works, it becomes easier. If you're not familiar with it, it can be kind of a pain in the ass. Let's just get these two done. In fact, I can go over its setup pretty quickly here. There we go. And this one. And this one. Awesome. Then we'll do you next. Ooh, you are expansive. The metal grid's gonna do me in. Oh, and large steel tubes. Now, get that last bit done. Okay, well, that's doing that. 4 Izzy's. Like I said, it's actually surprisingly easy to make or to set up. LCD. Just take regular LCD panel. Interior plate. Oh, wait. I don't want to do that because I need to get the rest of the stuff for... Go. There. And you're probably not going to have any ammunition initially. Don't turn away from me while I'm interacting with you. Oh, I guess he's already here. Okay. Let's see about setting this up. Hey, Sectoid. You're late. But that's okay. I'll forgive you this time. All right, so. Nah, that's fair. We all do. And get refilled here. Wow, I used up a lot of hydrogen. Almost there. Boom. Okay. Good enough. So if I remember correctly... yeah, give me a second. I'll get to that. What we're going to do is for auto crafting, LCD, Izzy's, and I believe it's auto craft. And thank you for the follow there, Turniply. Much appreciated. Apparently it's not. I gotta check what the name is. Edit. Where are you at? Auto crafting. It is... Oh, auto crafting. My bad. LCD. There we go. And then hopefully here in a second, it'll get picked up. There we go. Okay, so if you've already got some stuff that you have built, for the most part, it'll pick up all the vanilla stuff. If it's something that is a modded component, it may not pick it up right away, in which case you will have to change one of your assemblers, change the name on it. For that, I believe you have to add learning to the name, and then essentially build a batch of that modded component, build 100 of them, and it will attempt to then learn that component and add it to the script. But for the regular stuff, all you have to do is, once you have it set to auto crafting, if you already have stuff in the inventory, yeah, something like that. Yeah, it's learning from one, learning many to just make that one a permanent learning auto crafter. Yeah, exactly. But once you have the LCD set up, you can just open this up, and you've got the left side here is going to be what you currently have. The right side is what you are wanting. So, for instance, let's say I want to do 10 auto detectors. We'll set 60 displays. We'll set girders to 400. Interior plates we'll keep at 2,000. Oops. Large steel tubes, let's do 100. Metal grids, 30. Motors, 300. Let's see. Power cells, 20 sounds good. Radio at 50. Small steel tubes, all of them. Do 500. Solar cells of 120 actually sounds good. Steel plate at 3,000. Then hit OK. Nice. All right. So now it's going to go through and it's just going to start trying to build all that stuff. And if it's over that count, then it's just not going to do anything. And that's it. Oh, yeah. If you want to. These things can be useful if you want to make sure that you are only having that number of parts. So the number that you want is really arbitrary. It's up to you. It's however many that you feel that you are going to need. If, let's say, you're doing a lot of building with steel plates, then you may want to increase the number. If you're not using a part very much, then you want to make it a smaller number. So there's no correct values. It is entirely... I thought I probably didn't lock that, did I? So it's a purely arbitrary thing. You know, we got to stop doing this. Because you know I'm going to find a way to close that door permanently. Yeah, exactly. So it's just one of those things that it depends entirely on what you're building. But as far as connecting vehicles up to recharge them, that's actually a very simple thing. All you need are 2 connectors. And in fact, you've already seen me do it several times. But you need a connector on the vehicle somewhere and a connector on the base. So we'll look in here. This is another great example. We'll drop this down. And I've got the connector there on the base. What are you doing? Come on, get over here. Not quite. It's just a hinge so I can lower it in place, and then a rotor so that I can turn it from horizontal to vertical. Hold on, I gotta pay cat tax again. She keeps getting in. Silly goose. Yeah, just 2 connectors, one on the vehicle, one on the base. And then once you get close enough, you'll see that the icon on your toolbar will say prox, or it's in proximity. And then you can just switch lock, unlock it, lock it, that sort of thing. So the way I will typically set it up is that on the vehicle toolbar, I will set it to switch lock. And that will allow you to toggle it as either locked or unlocked. big baby. And then the other thing is that also allows you to connect the vehicle's conveyor network to the base. Yeah. So put one on the bug so that they are roughly the same height. Habit. Also because I don't trust P. There are too many times where I have hit P and everything else is disconnected. So it's just easier to have the bar slot. And I've also, again, I've got an MMO mouse. So for me, all I have to do is pinky control and then use my thumb on the mouse to get the others. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I have been playing for so long that the habits that I have, a lot of them are from older versions of the game. Yeah, exactly. Yay. So your hunt for platinum, you're not going to find it on the planet. Platinum is very definitely space only, so you are only ever going to find it on asteroids. Same with uranium. Unless, however, actually, no. Uranium you can find on a moon. No, wait, no. Uranium you don't find on moons. Platinum, yeah, that's right. Yes. Yeah, so. And yes, hollows. Baby. I am absolutely spoiling the shit out of it right now, too. Oh, great. And here's her sister. Cat always does. But she forced her way in here, so I've got to pay some more cat tax. There you go. What are you doing, Nibbler? Hi. Pop your little head right off. Okay, girl. Come on. Good girl. All right. Anyway, back to work. So, I need finish up these. Yep, there we go. This is Pertum. I don't often play on it, so I figured, you know what? Why not? I've done ice planets, I've done Earth-like, I've done the alien. Why not the desert planet? Gravity's not too bad. And you're actually probably going to use one of, or both, atmospheric thrusters or hydrogen thrusters. Something is missing. Absolutely. I was missing some. Okay. Let's do 500. Yeah, so as far as thrusters go, there are three types of thrusters. You have atmospheric thrusters, you have hydrogen thrusters, and you have ion thrusters. Now, currently, you're not going to be able to build the ion thrusters because you don't have platinum. available to you. That's okay. Atmospheric thrusters will only work in atmospheres. Mostly. It gets kind of weird, but mostly they only work in atmospheres. Hydrogen thrusters work in atmosphere and in space. So they're universal. They work great in just about everything. The only drawback is that they require that you have hydrogen fuel on your ship. And then the third is the ion thruster, and they only work in vacuums, mostly. It depends on what your... I know, right? I don't know. Their clone. I haven't explored Pertum enough. As far as hydrogen, though, if you are next to an ice lake, you are set. If you are, let's say, if you're making a ship that is specifically just for the planet, atmospheric is the best. It runs off of batteries. If you're making like a mining ship for Earth-like, use atmospheric. If you're making a ship that does, as I mentioned, leave atmosphere and then come back, hydrogen all the way. And actually, hydrogen is good for spaceships as well. And then ion if it's a purely spaceship. Well, ion is not strictly the best. I think a combination of ion and hydrogen for a spaceship works incredibly well. Because ion's problem is that it lacks power for heavier ships. That's always been a problem that I've faced. But if you combine ion and hydrogen, you get the best of both worlds. Yeah, but the problem with ion is that they can be a little power hungry sometimes. So, but it also comes down to whatever the ship design is. Like if you look at any of the modular encounter ships, most of them actually use all three thruster types. That's true. Well, sometimes. Sometimes uranium won't show up for anything. I've had it where I have, checked every asteroid within a freaking parsec, and I still can't find any fucking uranium. Welcome to Kerbal Space Program, Space Engineers Edition. That's basically how that's going to work. Although it's not too bad. Yeah, and whenever you're doing a lot of travel back and forth, that's what matters. But as far as ship designs go, really, they're really not hard. Ultimately, they're actually pretty easy to make. I think the problem is that we have a habit of trying to overcomplicate the designs in our head when they're really not that bad. Fair. But in all honesty, rovers are going to be a little bit more difficult. They are a bit harder to deal with than... Strangely enough, they're harder to make correctly than ships. And I think that's only because the physics engine was initially designed around spaceships, and rovers only came about because of the fact that they added planets. So it was something that was not part of the initial design document, as far as I'm aware of. It was something that came about after the fact. At least that's my understanding. I could be wrong on that. There goes the third bay. That could work. One thing to remember, and especially for ships that are going to go to space, is that you absolutely need to have thrust in all 6 directions. it just barely handles planets. Yes. SE2 is going to be so much fun, honestly. I'm really happy that the past few months has had so many good game releases, at least for games that I typically play. I think the fact that we've had Path of Exile 2, we've had Space Engineers 2 coming out, how last year just saw a lot of really good games come out. Well, of course it will. That's the best part. Things have got to crash. A ship doesn't crash. She crashes. You crashed her. God, I miss Firefly. Such a good show. All right, Sectoid. Let's get this finished up, because what I want to do is there was, speaking of, this does actually kind of tie together, but apparently there is a rumor that Disney is wanting to reboot Firefly, which personally I think is a dumb idea. It's a terrible idea. I would love it if they did Firefly like 20 years later kind of thing. That would be cool. But that aside, Disney's biggest problems is that they don't quite understand why fans like something. And so they're just likely to screw it all up. And what makes this more interesting is the fact that, of course, I know, right? But because of the fact that they screwed up Doctor Who, my faith in them getting Firefly right is, non-existent. But I remember years ago coming across a fan fiction, not one of those type of fan fictions. This was like a regular one. That was a Firefly Doctor Who crossover. And specifically, it was written with David Tennant's Doctor as the Doctor. And I think it was just after the episode with Donna Noble's character. The wedding episode, the bride. And definitely after Rose. But it was such a well-written fan fiction. And the way that she had written all of the characters and their emotional states, it just in general was so good. It's like I could absolutely see this. Not only could I envision it pretty easily, but I could absolutely have seen it being an episode. because it was just that damn good. And it's those sorts of people who get the properties, who understand the Firefly and the Doctor Who aspects, that I wish would get their hands on writing scripts for these shows. People who are actual fans, not just, oh yeah, I'm totally a fan of the show, and I'm only going to use it for its name, not because I actually give a damn about it. Those are the sorts of people that I wish were in control of the properties. How did I miss that one? It's just like with Doctor Who. I made the comment on one video talking about it, about how it's a shame that they didn't renew it after season 12. And I have nothing against the concept of a female doctor. I really don't. I think if done right, it really could have been awesome. But the problem was that Jodie Whittaker and by proxy the director, Chris, or the showrunner Chris Chibnall, they just weren't the right fit for the show to continue it in the same vein as what had been happening previously. And it wound up sucking so bad. I've done that. Oh my God, have I done that? So many times that I've pulled out various quotes from various shows and whatnot. Obviously the, beam me up or engage, things like that. I think you might be spinning. So it's one of those things that I'm a little bit tired, first of all, of shows constantly getting rebooted when they don't need to be. I'm also a little bit tired of the rewrites that go on that don't actually add anything narratively to the property itself. And if anything, they actually wind up detracting or taking away from the contributions of the property prior to that point. Excuse me. I think one of the biggest and most egregious ones is how they rewrote the Doctor so that the first Doctor, and I cannot remember the actor's name, but they rewrote it so that he was not actually the first Doctor, which takes away the contributions not only of him as an actor, but also of all of the people that worked on the show prior to that. And there were a lot of people that worked on it before that point. The way that they kind of neutered Picard in the first 2 seasons. True. But given the scenario, that was a brilliant idea. You need to replace an actor. They're aging out, or they want to move on to other things, or they die. God forbid. So it's one of those that you have to come up with an excuse, and they did a great job. It was a great mechanism so that they could keep the show running, which the original concept of the show, which was supposed to be education through time travel. It was kind of like the original Magic School Bus in a way, when you think about it. And that's something that I wish that they had focused more on sometimes. But I did also enjoy the more drama-esque side of Doctor Who. There we go. Now I just have to do up the platform, and we will be set there. Honestly, at the end of the day, like I really have stopped watching television in general or television based shows. Even if they're like the streaming ones, I've stopped watching them because most of them are fairly boring these days. Hey, Giga Dad. Yeah, oh god, yes. No. I refuse to watch the reboot of Reboot. I remember we would sit downstairs or upstairs or wherever we were at the time, depending on which house we were in. Um, and, Saturday mornings, Reboot would come on. And it was great, too, because my dad, my dad was an absolute nerd. In fact, he was, computer programmer, electrical engineer. That was his wheelhouse. That was his jam. And so a lot of the jokes landed with him in a way that they didn't necessarily land with us. But he would explain it and we'd be like, oh, okay, that makes sense. And then, of course, they went weird pseudo. I am so tired of things rebooting the live action. That's the other thing I have. It's like, it wasn't live action to begin with. Why do you feel that it needs to be live action now? At what point did you look at that and go, yeah, that'll be a fantastic idea? Unfortunately, that happens way too often and usually ends in absolute disaster. Somehow, here in the West, we still have this weird stigma against animation. Even though so many of these movies that are coming out these days, I know, right? So many of the movies that are coming out these days are half animated anyway, with all the CGI and visual effects that get put into them. All right, I need. I think the original Lion King did okay. And Ghost in the Shell did okay. Nice. Hopefully it works out for you there, Tommy. And One Piece. One Piece actually is apparently really good. I haven't watched it. I'm not a One Piece lover or anything. But the One Piece live action is apparently really good. But of course, the reason why that's good is because they had director intervention by the actual creator.
Inventory full.
Now, as the question though, Tommy, is what would you actually use that for? Like, how would that be useful for anything that you build? I think is one of the biggest. Because honestly, in most cases, you can just hit Y and power something down if you need to turn it all off. I really should put some sort of drilling device together down here, but this works so well. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Give me just a second. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry, I just had to open my door proper. So that way the cats could easily get in and out. Okay, gotcha.
Inventory full.
And there we go. We'll grab a whole bunch more of this. I don't know, there's just something really kind of nice about hand drilling sometimes. It's one of those things that once you get your mining ship, or you get a mining platform or whatever, then you just wind up in a situation where you're like, you know, I don't really have to do any work anymore. I just fly in, grab what I want, and then leave. Okay, gotcha. More of just a test bed for ideas. Fair enough. All right. Might at some point want to see about getting some more magnesium. Ammunition. Especially with those drones over there. I mean, I don't think they're going to come close enough to the base to be a problem, but... And to return to our conversation about anime, I tried watching the live-action Cowboy Bebop. I got through that first scene in the casino, and just like the creator, that was it. That was as far as I could get, because it was so bad. It just hurt to watch it. Because essentially they were trying to start the show the way that the movie started. And unfortunately, they botched it so hard. I think one of their biggest mistakes is they just didn't understand the source material. That's really what it kind of comes down to, is most people don't understand what it was that made us love it in the first place. Just like video games. Like when they try and reboot video games or make really bad sequels. Like the Halo series. When they gave the Halo series to 343, and then those poor guys had to come up, had to try and figure out what it was that everybody liked about Halo. And they had no clue. Like, apparently 343 did not realize that Master Chief was the main character and that everybody loved him, which was silly. It's like, of course we all love him. He's the Master Chief. You are going away. You are going away. Awesome. So, currently, I have modular encounters installed with Ember, Parallax. I could add Assertive to make it harder. I could also do the Robot Raider pods. I think I might have that one installed too. I'll have to double check. Yeah, that's true. When they start bitching at each other, that is hilarious. So the question is, what are you doing, Rut? Oi, what are you doing, buddy? Should I go ahead and add any more bad guys to this. Hey, buddy. Come over here. So it's easier to get him over here. Come here. Come on, up here. Oh, I know you can jump up there. Come on. All right, come here. Give me a second. I know, right? Come on. Come here, big guy. I got you. Ah. There we go. No, my suit energy is low. It's going to be kind of hard to see him because he kind of blends in with my shirt. But if you can see him, this is Runt. He is not a runt at all. He is fucking huge. He is an absolute baby. Aren't you? Yeah. Yeah, you like getting beat up. Let me go recharge real quick. Just aim this direction. There we go. And come on. There we are. Yeah. Paying all the cat tax today. It's funny because him and his other sister Taz are constantly getting into fights. And not like major fights, like, you know, they're not tearing each other up, but more like little spats. And I think it's because he's acting like a brother. And she's just a bitch. She likes to think of herself as the head of the household all the time. Yeah, I got you. And they especially love right in front of our second refrigerator. Yes, we have 2 refrigerators. And what he'll do is he'll be laying in front of it because it blows hot air out from the bottom, and they love that. And he knows it's one of her spots, and he will specifically lay there and then wait for her to walk up. And then she gets all pissy about it. Yeah, don't you? Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to save, exit the menu, and we are going to add a couple more baddies to this. Yeah. There you go. Alone, edit settings, mods. Now he's one that'll actually just sit here in my lap and hang out. Okay, assertive. Assertive. And assertive loot. I have. Connect contractors. Do we want... I could actually do the Wasteland guys as well. What is it? Not Wasteland Encounters. Although I could do Wasteland Encounters as well. That'd spice some things up. But no, there's the... Was it the Road Thieves or whatever? I don't remember what their name was. Well, I need AI enabled. And then Robot Raider pods. Actually, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that because that might cause more problems than it's worth. I think for now we'll just stick with what we've got. And then let's see if there's anything else that I really want to add. I think we should be fine here. I'm not adding orcs. I'm not going to add reavers yet. I might add reavers a little bit later, though. That should be good. All right. Let's see how much worse this gets. Let's see how much more terrible this can be. Yeah. You don't generally get lap time like this. Yeah, it's a good boy. You know, if Smudge just laid down like this, it wouldn't be so bad. She'd get a lot more attention too. But Smudge has a terrible habit of, oh, you stopped paying attention to me? I will get out of your lap, I will turn around, and then I will start harassing you again. Yeah. But you're a good boy. You like to just lay there and be lazy as hell, don't you? Okay, here we go. Hi. Thank you for the follow there. Castraz. Is it Castraz? Or was it Castrazi? Either way, thank you for the follow. All right, buddy. There we go. You're fine. I just needed more cord. All right, so now we've got that going. Let's see about getting some ammo for that stuff. Specifically, what are those? The assaults. And what? Good question. Oh, gotcha. Fair enough. Control Z is how you do it. So as long as you're close enough to the grid, hit Control Z, and your dampeners will go relative to that grid. All right. I'm looking for salt cannon shells. Let's do like 100 of those. Oh yeah, that won't be so bad at all. Grab some more. We need more magnesium. You're welcome. Don't you hate that? It's like, wait a minute. You mean the answer was like that the entire time? Yep, that easy. Okay, just gotta run down here, grab some more magnesium. I should probably bring Red Rover over. That is a little bit of a tongue twister. Well, there you go. You no longer have to shit on a ship in order to lock on. I mean, that definitely puts a whole new definition to using the facilities. All right. A little bit extra. I keep forgetting that that light's there. And it starts following me, and I'm like, oh, I'm in. Oh, wait, no, that's my fault. Uh-oh, I'm in trouble. You cool? You good? Okay. Let's see. Oh, yeah. I need to finish up this as well. I skipped one, I think. But that's okay. They're all the same. They all need the same parts. It's all good. The fun part is going to be making the connectors for these. And then I still have to make a connector. Actually, are you getting any sunlight at all? No? Are you getting any sunlight over here? You're getting a little bit. Okay. Yeah, if I remember correctly, the best way to orient a solar panel is to actually do it sort of vertically so that it's up on its edge. That seems to be the best way to orient one, as it will maximize the amount of sunlight that winds up hitting it throughout the day cycle. Whereas laying it flat feels like it should be better, but you don't get as much. What's up? Okay, there's that one. I should have grabbed the last three. Bruce, you are so special sometimes. Oh. Yeah, definitely should have grabbed the last three of that one as well. There we are. And there goes this one. Nice. Hooray for stealing enemy ships. Awesome. And there we go. This is all finished now. Let's go ahead and I need to figure out will you just like settle? You're gonna be in my lap, just chill. I love you too, buddy. I love you too. You're adorable even though you're a pain in the ass. Alright. Let's get this in place. And what are you doing? Don't play with the cable. Yeah, that's true. And the extra railgun ammo really does go a long way towards helping. Because that's stuff you don't have to spend on it. Alright, so I'm thinking for the connector. This connector is going to be for the trailer. We'll do a hinge. We'll do basically the same thing as this. It seems to work out really well. will be garage bay 3 hinge. Probably am going to want more steel plate. Well, I mean, obviously I'm going to want more steel plate. Some of that. Okay, buddy. I love you, but you're getting heavy and a little uncomfortable. And you're attached to my shirt. Come on, up. I know. You don't want to. Down you go. You can lay on my bed, though. You can lay on the bed. All right, there we go. Oh, Jesus. Messed up my volume. Okay, there we go. Let's see. I got what I need. Back to work. Let's do that and that. I'm not generally looked too closely at them until after I've blown them to smithereens. Why? Is there something specifically I'm supposed to be looking at with them? There we go. And that needs to get built. Huh. I wonder if they're designed so that they can be connected together and trained. Kind of like Voltron or, like the Megazords from Power Rangers. It's that. And then I just got to get this one built. And then we figure out what height I need it at. Well, I did grow up watching Voltron, so it was one of the Saturday morning cartoons. And hell, I remember seeing the original Transformers movie in the theater. My dad took me to see it, and I bawled my eyes out when Optimus Prime died. that is definitely an interesting dilemma to have there, clone. I would say flip a coin. My sister and I had to do that the other night for dinner. She'd gone out and had gotten calzones from the store, and she got a steak and cheese one, and she got a pepperoni pizza one, and they both sounded delicious, and we both were fine with eating either one. And I couldn't make up my mind. She couldn't make up her mind. So I was like, you know what? Screw it. We're just going to flip a coin. So that's how it wound up working. So when in doubt, flip a coin. Let's see. Let's also go ahead and name you to Garage Bay 3 connector. And then I think what I want is a button panel. I think I want one of the sci-fi ones, though. I mean, does it really need to do anything else? Considering how many vehicles I have just standing around looking nice. What else is there for stuff to do? All right, and then you are garage. Switch lock. I have? Oops. Button 1 should be able to set you to text and images. I have. Oh, I don't have all my extra buttons. I would need to fix that. Think of it this way, though. Larger ship winds up being larger target so that your main ship doesn't get blown up first. See? Give me a second. I gotta load up another mod. Although, fortunately, it's not like a big, heavy mod. So, there's that. Load game. Load. Edit settings. Mods. Is the... I'm trying to remember which one it is. It is... Science. Sci-fi button images. There we go. That's what I wanted. Probably another one of those mods that's just super useful. Yeah, there you go. Use it as a decoy, a big old decoy. In fact, what you could probably do is even go ahead and put some AI blocks in it and use it as just a really big ass drone. There you go. All right, fair. Well, it doesn't necessarily need to follow you. You could actually just, attach it to your ship. And then whenever something starts coming your way, just disconnect it and let it go do its thing. And then that way, if it doesn't make it back, oh well, not a big loss. Hey, how you doing? What is that? Pedrino game? Pedrinone? Screw it. You're just Bob. If I can't pronounce your name, you are now just a Bob. How you doing though? Let's see. I need a picture. There we go. Button. You are connector. Oh, yes. Okay, you need to be. I need the hinge. Actually, I need to name this Raj Bay 3 piston. Let's set your maximum distance down to 2 meters. You need some. Oh, yeah. Also, your lower limit is going to be negative 90. Your upper limit is going to be 0. And yeah, that should be good. Reverse. Okay. Now, can't quite get to the piston from here. So let's reverse that. That almost looks like the right height, actually. That might just be the correct height for this. Now, I need to come down probably about. Let's do 2.3. That's fair. There we go. Okay. Now what I need to do is we take bay 3 and I take the hinge and I take the piston and we will call that garage bay 3 assembly. Then you get to be this and reverse. There we go. I can probably make the hinge just a little bit faster. So let's do that. Let's go with a full 1 RPM. And you guys aren't welded up, but that's okay. I don't need you to be. Wrong one. Button 2 or numpad 2. You are going to be text and images. We're going to be hinge, add selection. You are now the hinge button, even though it is running both. So what we're going to do is we're going to take Red Rover. We are going to grab our trailer here. Hopefully. This is the fun part. Oh yeah, I need to turn those on. Legs. More detector. Nope, I need those. There. Come on. This is going to be the fun part. It's trying to get the merge blocks to actually, there we go, to merge. That's what I wanted. All right. Oh yeah, and those. Hey, what's up, Lenovo? How you doing? All right. Now I can bring this around. This needs to come into bay 3. And I think what I'll do is, once we get this sorted out, I'll go ahead and I will add LCD panels above each doorway for the bay numbers. You know, kind of spruce it up a little bit, make it look nicer, that sort of thing. Let's see here. Let's get turned around so that I can actually get this into its bay. There we go. Oop, too fast. And then I'll also need to figure out where is... That's, yeah. Sometimes, well, plans don't always go according to plans. So I totally feel you on that one. All right, lock that up. Those come down. Disconnect the merge blocks. Disconnect the rope. Roll forward. All right, there we go. Bring that down. And we can see and make sure that my height is correct. And yeah, it basically is. Okay. All right, next up, let's grab control of that. Awesome. Our connector. And there we go. So we now have a bay specifically for the trailer for the Red Rover. And that way I will be able to keep this charged. And it should also, during the day, get a little bit of sunlight periodically. Yay. So, the next step is to make the connector for bay number 2. Which is going to be Red Rover's bay. There we are. And again, I will probably... Yeah, let's make sure we take out the middle of this. Switch you to a regular junction. There we are. Awesome. And then we will set probably just like this one. Yeah. We'll do a hinge. Hinge. Let's go ahead and get this welded up so that way it doesn't flop around on us while we're trying to work on it. Then piston, and after the piston, we'll do the inset connector. I really do like those new inset connectors. They are super, super handy. They make life a lot easier. Yep, there we go. Perfect. Yeah, of course. It's large steel tubes that do it. They take up so much space. They're just so big. And honestly, coming back to what you were talking about, Lenovo, I haven't touched Terraria in a while. Like legitimately touched it. I used to actually play it quite a bit. I've got some time in it, oddly enough. But just there was a point where I was like, okay, well, this is Terraria, awesome. I think I actually spent more time playing. What was it, Starbase? Is that no? What was it Starbound? Yeah, I have more time in Starbound than I do Terraria. That's true, it does. And what do you mean you just captured a library? How do you capture a library? Okay, you are Barrage Bay 2. Barrage. Garage. Bay 2. Garage Bay 2. Connector. Oh, all right, fair enough. Garage Bay 2 piston. I need set your max distance for, I think it's 2.3 meters. Okay. Your upper or your lower limit is fine. Your upper limit needs to be 0. And we'll reverse that. That should be almost where I need it to be. I think we'll go down to 2.5. 2.6 maybe. 7? We'll do 2.7. Yeah, that's perfect. Look at that. That is beautiful. All right, let's get nice. I'm gonna rename you to Raj Bay 3 buttons. No, not yet. I've been streaming the entire time, so I haven't had a chance to see the new video come out yet. Oh, I didn't want a button panel. I wanted a sci-fi panel. No!
Let's take a look at this.
Let's see. Okay, I'll take a look at that here in just a little bit. Okay. Let's see. Button panel. Yeah, that one. You know, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, it looks like it's a video about the roadmap, so that's pretty cool. Oh, I needed a display. Run back over here. There we go. Okay. And I did that and then that. Got it. So I need Raj Bay 2 connector. Switch lock. And then you were assembly. Okay. They probably won't work right away, but fair. Let's see. I need the hinge and the piston. Garage bay to assembly. Learn how to spell, Cruz. Okay, and groups, garage bay to assembly, and reverse. Okay. Numpad button 1 is going to be text and images. And then connector add. Number 2. Text and images and hinge and add. And there we go. Awesome. There we go. Yeah, I imagine survival is going to be a bit out there, only because of the fact that there is a lot going into survival this time around. And I imagine a lot of it has to do with the fact that they also want to add in AI elements, NPCs, and stuff like that. Now, that could be a little bit farther down from regular survival. It just kind of depends on what they want to classify as the vertical slice for each of the different parts of it. I'm just glad that they decided to return to Steam as their primary user generated content place. Just because of the fact that it is one of those things where that is where the majority of players are going to be at, is on Steam. Okay. That is good for those. And the nice thing about this design is that it's going to be really easy to add additional bays if I really, really want to. I don't think I'll need to. I think the only other thing that I'll need to add is maybe for the drill. But again, that's only if I really need to. But let's go ahead and let's actually go ahead and turn off these headlights. Turn off. Hit the headlights and an unknown signal shows up. Nice. Turn those off. And then I do want to go ahead and add actual lights to this, although let's grab kind of wish they had floodlights that were, going in opposite angled directions. Yeah, because these are the same direction, which I don't necessarily want. That's okay. We'll just use these. I mean that's fair, clone. It's one of those that not everybody is going to jump on the bandwagon, so to speak, only because of the fact that survival is what draws, I would say, 80% of the users, if I had to guess. Obviously, I don't have the actual number, so I don't know. But if I had to guess, I think most people play the game because of survival, because it is more fun that way. Let's see. What do I even need for you? Steel? Which I have. Okay. What if I also did... Oh, I see. You are... that and that. I don't want to load this up with a bunch of spotlights. Might move that forward a little bit. Actually, you know what? we're going to do, we're going to get rid of these. There we go. We're going to get rid of these. And just put them there and then on the other side. So that shouldn't be too bad. I don't have any of the glass being made as far as I know. Oh, I do have some bulletproof glass. Never mind. Grab you. I get the feeling that these lights are probably also going to show up in Space Engineers 2 because they look like they're made in such a way as to be part of a unified grid, if I had to guess. They have that look about them. All right, let's get these up here. There we go. And then there we are. Let's get this last one up over here. Should be fantastic. Awesome. Yeah, I like the way that looks. It illuminates without being too, I don't know, gaudy, too obscene in its luminance. I might do another set over here, although I'm not certain. I might actually just do, I don't know yet. I don't know yet. However, I do need some LCDs. So one over there. Let's also turn on my headlights again so that I can see what's going on. And there and there. And that. There we go. We'll get these all done up. Awesome. And then that way I'll be able to go ahead and put the numbers on there. And it will look awesome. I could also use the holographic ones, I think. Let's see. Oh, from clear LCD. Okay. You got the hollow LCD. Kind of wish that there were slightly larger versions of it, but, you know, we'll make do with what we have. Nope, not you. Garage Bay 1 LCD. You are text and images, edit text. Actually, do I have image for just like a big one or something like that? No, I don't. Okay. So what I want is edit text. I want Bay 1. We're then going to alignment center. Not right. Center. There we go. And then increase the font size to about, let's do 8. And that looks magnificent. There we go. That way it'll be easy to see from a distance as you're coming up. Like, oh hey, there goes Bay 1. And we'll just have to set up the others. Okay. R Garage Bay 2 LCD. You are most likely Garage Bay 3 LCD. And then Garage Bay 4 LCD. Text. 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 And then alignment center. Just easier to get all of these done now. Like this. There. Bay 2. Oh. Font size of 8. Font size of 8. 8. Okay. Text. Bay. Damn it. Bay 3. And then that's actually a really good question because we don't know what their DLC situation is going to be like for Factorio 2. Not Factorio, Space Engineers 2. Wow, Cruz. Okay, there we go. Awesome. So it could be a situation where they may not actually add them as a vanilla faction, but they add them as a DLC faction. Because also they're going to be adding in NPCs and really expanding, from what I understand, expanding the PvE experience. Yeah, that's true. Now, what I'm wondering is if they are going to be taking what they are doing with good AI and applying that to Space Engineers. Because that would be kind of cool. Having NPCs that are a little bit more reactive to how you're talking to them would make for an interesting experience. Hiring a crew that is able to perform specific duties for you, like go weld that, or go find iron, or something like that. So good AI is essentially more of the usual sort of AI research. But what they're working with is the ability for it to understand commands that you give it and react to those commands. But more than that, to have sort of a personality for each AI. So what they're looking at doing is creating better NPC AI logic and reasoning. That's my understanding of it. But of course, that is also, completely up to what they wind up doing and how far they get with that. Yes. I remember you were talking about getting all those. Oh, yeah. Sometimes you got to watch out for that. I'm forgetting things all the time. Uh-oh. I've run out of plates. Okay. Grab some more of this. Finish these off. There we go. That is that side. I'm actually really happy with how this garage is turning out. It is looking mighty spiffy. An actual proper garage area. There's that. Excellent. Excuse me. Good Lord. Let's get some of this welded up. Oh, I'm getting low on power. And I'm trying to figure out where I want to put some batteries so that this structure also has some power reserve in case for whatever reason it gets disconnected from the main base. I want it to be able to recharge itself at some point if it needs to. Or if, let's say, they disconnect the solar towers, which very easy to do. I want it to still be able to maintain power for both bases because that'll be super important. That. Start getting these welded up. And then I may come through here with the paint gun and just kind of spruce it up a little bit. Change up some of the colors. Make it look more interesting. And then one of the other things that I'm eventually going to need to do is also look at making some large cargo containers for the base. As right now, I'm just running on nothing but small cargo containers, which is fine. There's plenty of them, and so there's plenty of space for the stuff that I'm working with. Go. Just get this one. Take a step back for a moment. Yeah. It ain't perfect, but it's home. And then, of course, I can add things like some shelves to certain areas. Oh, oh, oh. Let's add some of that, some of those, some of those. There we go. Don't need all of you. Let's add the barrels. Cargo. Cargo crate. Decorative. So many decorative blocks. So many. Let's see what else we've got we can throw in here. And we've got the signs. Let's grab those. And then don't necessarily want to do weapon racks. What? You back again? Yeah, you are, aren't you? Let's see. Not under that. Logistics? Are you posting up a YouTube link? No, go ahead. Okay, come over here. Come on. No, over here. Over here. Don't give me that look like you don't understand. In the lap. Come on, get over here. Come on. In the lap. All right, and freight. That's what it's called. Yeah. More cat tax. Yeah, you're chilly. Again, if you just laid down in the lap, you could get nice and warm. Yes, you could. Squeeze you and then mush you. Turn you into a little smudge. Okay. That should be all that I really want to put out here. As I figure it'll help kind of make this a little bit more interesting. So I'm going to need more interior plates. Okay, gotcha. I'll take a look at it here in just a few. And some of those. Cool. All right. Save. Let's get you set. Nope, not that one. That one. Oh, you're on the. Anyway. There we go. Okay. All right. Let's get this up here. This is Tommy's first car. It looks like it's an armored car for a server is the name of this. Looks like using hinges for types of suspensions. I like the wheels up front to act as sort of a bumper as well. Okay. Just calm down here. Gotcha. Gotcha. Not bad. Not bad. I definitely like the design of it, or at least aspects of the design. Go. Thank you, cat. Awesome. There we go. Ah, wow. Whiplash. But cool. Nice design. I'm going to smush you is what I'm going to do. I'm just going to smush you and I'm going to turn you into a little smudge. That's what I'm going to do. And you're probably going to love every second of it because it's still attention. Yeah. Okay. So what I want to do is a little bit of decoration here. Let's throw... It does kind of look like a Tachikoma. I could definitely see that. Okay. Some boxes there. Let's do some barrels. Large steel tubes. Okay. And weld these up. Just to make it look like this is actually a utilized space. There you go. Then steel plate. Grab this. There we go. And honestly, you don't really have to decorate a ton. It's not one of those where you have to put decorations everywhere. Just a little bit here and there can go a long way towards really filling out some of your builds and breaking up the monotony of flat surfaces. So like for this, what I can do is also put in... All right, I'm kicking you out of my lap. Down you go. What do I want to put there? Let's go ahead and grab one of the lockers here. And I'll take this, and I'm actually going to move this to here, like this. And then I will do a locker here. Weapon rack, and then let's do just regular lockers. There we go. And that will help actually kind of make this look a little bit more interesting. It'll give it a little bit more detail and something interesting to look at. So that way, when you come back around and start doing more welding and adding more lights and stuff like that, you already have some stuff here that just makes it interesting. Let's grab some steel plates. Let's keep welding up this. Now, I'm not too worried about getting a spot done up for, or at least a connector done up for my little scout vehicle. Only because I have it turned off right now, so it's not using any battery power. Fortunately, I'm wearing some pretty nice gloves. I can handle a little bit of heat. I wish I had the lava skin for my drill though. Like it's the one skin, the one tool that doesn't have it, which annoys me. Because I have it for the grinder and I have it for my welder, but I just don't have it for my drill. And I am upset with that. It's like, but come on. Uh-oh. That off. Grab that. And grab some more steel plates. I don't know. Honestly, I don't really know how the skins for this work other than just collecting them. Like, I know you can sell it on the Steam store. Like, you can trade it that way. But as far as like other than that, I don't really know. I think you can only get them. Yeah, that's a good way to do it. And I have so many duplicates. Especially like the badger and leopard stuff. That's something to look at. Let's do that real quick. Let's go experimenting real quick. Save changes. And let's do character. And I don't want to hide duplicates. I want to recycle. Show only duplicates. Oh yeah. We got a lot of duplicates here. I want to I just need a button for recycling. Just yes. If I have to do this for all of them. Okay, what rarity? What rarity is? Where'd my miner boots go? Probably in the okay. There they go. Okay, so tools. Lava welder is apparently cycling. You are not common, unusual. Oh, you're just going to show everything anyway. Okay. So that is legendary or exceptional. We'll try that. Oh, that's for 500 tokens? Jesus. Unusual is 100. Uncommon is 20 tokens. Okay. I really do. It's one of those I'm going to have to sit here one day and just go through all of them. So I'm not going to do that on stream. That is way too much work. That's way too much for way too little. I think most people tend to forget about it. Because you're just, okay, you go out, you get the unknown signal, you hit the button, cool, I got something, and then you grind it down and you go about your business. You tend to forget that I got something actually goes somewhere. Oh, there we go. Oh, yeah, that feels better. Okay. But good to remember that that's a thing. And then I know you can also sell it on the Steam marketplace, but usually it's for like 1 cent or 2 cents or whatever. Oh yeah, fair. I I still don't do any of the server play. One of these days I should, but I just generally don't. Okay, why is my FPS so low? I think I just need to restart the whole game. There we go. Gotcha. Now I have played multiplayer. My brother and I have played before, so it's not like I never played multiplayer. And then, of course, there were also a couple of times that I wound up playing with a friend of the stream, Fant. We did PvP battles a couple of times. That was entertaining. But as far as that unknown signal is like right there. Let's go get that. Let's connect. Get out of there. Lights on. Let's just go pick it up. Because it is literally right here. Yeah, that's going to be a problem anyway, because on the official servers, they're going to have so many people coming through that they really do have to keep that PCU size small. So on unofficial servers, you do get a little bit more leniency on that. Wood gloves. I don't know if I have those before. There we go. Let's just grind down this little pancake here. Awesome. That is, yeah. Well, and again, I think that's part of the reason why Space Engineers 2 is necessary, because of the fact that it gives them a chance to fix a lot of sort of the issues that are around from, oh, you son of a bitch, it's a good thing I have lightning damage off, that are around because of the limitations of Space Engineers 1. So things like PCU limits because of the way that the server code handles various blocks. Get up. Get up. There you go. Because that's an issue even in, single player, is that unless you have a fairly beefy computer, sometimes having all those extra actionable blocks, things like drills and whatnot, can cause some major issues. I believe they will. I think it's one of those that it'll be kind of a thing of the past at some point. Need to set up. There we go. Welcome back, Sectoid. Alright, let's actually drop off what we have and then grab some more steel plate and continue welding. Want to get most of the superstructure done today. I don't think I'm going to get to the glass today. I do want to get most of this done up. And then we could probably either work on the windows tomorrow or I will just do it overnight, just depending on how I feel. And then tomorrow, I'm not sure what our plan's going to be for stuff to work on. As there is quite a few projects that we could be getting to. I think tomorrow what I might do is start working on possible designs for... All right, Lenovo, have a good one. Thanks for dropping by. There you go. Have a good one, buddy. But tomorrow I may go ahead and start working on some manner of storage base. First, definitely not last. But I want to go ahead and get a location that I'm able to not necessarily centralize my storage, but just have some larger containers available. Because I think that's going to be a big thing going forward. And especially as we start looking at building our first rocket ship. Because we are going to be using rocket ships. I'm not going to use like a regular sort of sci-fi spaceship. I want to do a rocket. I think that'll be fun. All right, Lightning, stop trying to kill me. And Jesus. I took one Sudafed. Just one. And it's trying to knock my ass out. Why you do this? Okay, get this up. Almost done with this. There we are. Generally, I do too. Generally, I do enjoy the longer trip. So I totally get you on that one. You can actually increase the strength of the piston. You just have to be kind of careful with it. But if you go into the pistons options, not production, piston, we'll look at this piston here. So if you're looking at the options for the piston, you'll notice that you have this maximum impulse axis and maximum impulse non-axis, and they're both set to 50 kilonewtons. You can increase that, and that will increase the strength of the piston. And I would recommend trying to keep them at roughly the same amount. Looks like I need more iron again. That one, and then this one. Yeah, I'm going to have to grab some more iron because I think I'm about out of steel plates here. Yeah. So we'll grab some more. I am drilling because I need the ore, and it is really tasty for my refineries. I really should just make a drill for under here, but again, I really don't mind the hand drilling because of the fact that there is something kind of cathartic about it. It feels good, strangely enough. I know Space Engineers is all about building contraptions and machines and stuff like that, but sometimes it's nice to just come down here with your drill and just mine some rocks. You know, put the engineer back in Space Engineer. Plus, what's the point of getting a better drill for mining if you're not actually going to use it for mining? And, you know, they put in better drills, might as well take advantage of them. And grab some more ceiling. It's done. Let's see, how much do we have so far? Okay. Yeah, we'll probably do a few more. Build it out of light blocks. When the only time that you really want to use the heavy armor is when you need it as heavy armor. So if you know that you're going into a situation where combat is going to be involved, that's when you want to start using the heavy blocks. Otherwise, always use light. Exactly, Tommy. It really comes down to just, it's what I want. Do I want to do this? Yes, I do. Then I'm going to do it. Did I have more over here? No. Oh, yeah, I did. There it is. And there we are. Yeah, that's better. Okay. That should get us enough to kind of finish that up. Get this welded up. What I would do is I would recommend, well, let's see. Let me finish this up real quick, and then I'll go to a creative world, and we'll take a look at a quick and dirty what you need to get into space kind of tutorial. I need to change those. I think I will after this. Anyway, yeah, let's go do a quick and dirty tutorial on getting into space. Load game, tutorial day, and load. Now, fortunately, getting into space really isn't that difficult. It's really just, once you kind of get the hang of it, it gets much, much easier. It's just that first initial, okay, how do I get to space? Wait for this to load up. And actually, I'm going to take just a quick AFK real quick so that I can go refill my water because it are empty. And then we'll see about building the ship. So make sure I've got my good creative mode tools are on. Okay, I will be right back. All right, there we go. We're back. All right, so we're looking at making a new ship. Kind of a quick tutorial. So for this, we're going to use our typical large rotor with small head attachment. You can do this in any number of ways, it's up to you, but we're going to make a small grid, first time into space sort of ship. And I am doing this in creative mode, so it is what it is. So this is mostly just to give ourselves kind of some building room. But first and most important thing is you need a cockpit. I'm just going to use the default cockpit. And let's pop it up there. Now, when you're building your ship, you're most likely going to be building it in the wireframe version, which is great because it gives you an opportunity to figure out where you want everything first before you commit to it. But in creative, we have some luxuries here. The next thing that's important is you're going to need an oxygen tank. Now with the oxygen tank, on one side it has the two small ports. On the opposite side it has one large port. What is a good idea to do on your first ship is to go ahead and line up the two small ports with the back of the cockpit. And so that way you'll have oxygen flowing directly into your cockpit to make sure that you don't, suffocate and die. So there's that. The next thing that you're most likely going to want is an O2 H2 generator. And that's O2 as in the letter O, number 2. And again, it has the same setup. It has the two small conveyor ports on one side, large on the other. So you can go ahead and just attach that big port to big port. And then the final thing is you're going to want to look at the hydrogen tank. And this is something that we're going to add in just a little bit. But depending on how you set this up, you may want to shuffle these around a little bit. So we could actually just get rid of that. And so we'll do the oxygen tank, we'll do the hydrogen tank because it's got big conveyor ports on both sides. And then our H2O2 big to big. So that'll kind of be the basic first portions of your ship. And these are really kind of the most important pieces. Now, the reason why you want an O2 H2 generator is because not only is that going to help you generate more oxygen when you feed it ice, but it'll help you also refill your ship when you're in space and you find some ice. So you'll have more fuel capacity. The next thing is that you're going to need batteries. So we'll just toss a couple of batteries on the side here. You don't necessarily need two if you're going with hydrogen thrusters. One will usually be enough for that. But we're going to do two anyway. Now, batteries are going to increase the weight of your ship. So it's one of those you kind of want to figure out if you really want the extra weight. Next up, we're going to need to be able to turn the ship. So, gyroscopes. Absolutely have to have a gyroscope. If you do not have a gyroscope, at least one on your ship, you are screwed. So make sure you have at least one. Two would be a good idea, but it also depends on the size of the ship. Every gyroscope you add is going to add more weight, but it will make you more maneuverable. If your ship is going to be heavier, like you're doing a mining ship, you may want to have one or two extra gyros. But for a basic ship, 1, 2 at most should be what you need to make sure that you can maneuver in most circumstances. Now, if you're just doing a scouting mission, you're just going out and looking for stuff, really don't need much in the way of cargo storage. You can get away with like a medium container. That should be fine. But what you would probably want to do is go to your conveyors and use a conveyor converter. Okay, gotcha. So we'll use that. Now, the nice thing is the space itself, the asteroids that spawn actually have all of the different types of ores available. So you could very easily go up into space with a ship and a survival kit and start out and be fine. Gotcha. So in this case, what I'm going to do is we're going to go ahead and throw on a medium cargo container. And then we're also going to grab ourselves a survival kit. So that way, if you wanted to start out in space, you absolutely can. So there we go. So we've got cockpit, oxygen tank, hydrogen tank, O2H2 generator. We have a conveyor converter, medium cargo container, and then our survival kit. And then I'm going to do one more of the conveyor converters, and we'll see why in a second. And that, now you can mix and match, you can move things around, you can take things off of there. As long as your conveyors match and as long as the whole thing is connected up, it really doesn't matter. Like, you can put this in all sorts of arrangements as long as the parts are there and they're connected. So the next thing we want to do is we want to grab our thrusters, and we're going to go ahead and we're going to do the hydrogen thrusters. And the reason why I put the conveyor converter on the back here is so that I could use a large hydrogen thruster as our main thruster. So we just pop that on the back. That's going to give us the most bang for our buck, but it's also going to drain a lot of fuel. So you do have to be careful with that. But for getting off the planet, that's going to be your best bet. Now, as I mentioned previously, you are also going to want to make sure that you have thrusters in all 6 directions. And I really do mean all 6. An easy way to do that is to use small conveyor connectors. And we'll go ahead and do a junction there plus 2 of the elbows. For our smaller hydrogen thrusters, they're just regular, just called hydrogen thrusters. And we'll do 3 of those as reverse thrust. Then we do another junction here and here. And you can actually do 3 on each side because this is then going to be used for our side thrusters. Oops. I don't know why am I doing that. Is such a habit. I'm in creative mode. I can just get rid of them this way. Just pop those there. And having a few extra facing down is not a bad idea, because you do have to lift the ship off. And then get these in place. And that is basically what you're going to need at bare minimum for this ship. Now, you may need more thrusters in any given direction. But one thing to remember is that your thrusters can damage your ship. So when your thrusters are active, let's say you're going forward, so you're holding down W, and you have your thruster plume coming out, there is a maximum distance where it will do damage. So for each thruster type, it is slightly different. I don't remember what the numbers are, but it will do damage to blocks at within that range. So that's one of those things that you do have to be careful of. Typically, I try and make sure that there is at minimum at least 3 blocks between the thruster and the end of it, just to make sure that I do have enough spare space. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and add another conveyor sorter down here, and then I'm going to do this and this. Actually, you know what? No. I'm going to hate myself. Not used to creative. All right, we're going to do these here, and then I want to do reverse thrusters, and I want to do forward thrusters. Because once I get into space, I don't necessarily need this big one all the time. It sucks up a lot of fuel. So utilizing a smaller set of thrusters is going to be a good idea. And then I'll do one more back here. So that'll be our basic build. We'll just go ahead and let's add a little bit of armoring here, because the other thing I want to do is add landing gear. And landing gear is going to be super useful because that will allow you to, like land, but also to attach to asteroids. Yeah, that's fine. And you're back, aren't you, Smudge? There we go. That is basically all you need. Now, if you plan to bring your spaceship back, one of the things that you can do is actually go ahead and add a parachute hatch to it. So we'll do parachute hatch. And parachute hatches have a conveyor on the bottom, and then the actual hatches on top. So the X itself is where the parachute would come out of. So you can just attach it there, and then you just need to put canvas inside of it, and it will be able to pop the parachute. Typically, you can set it to auto deploy at a specific height, or altitude. And so once you hit like 1,000 meters, it'll go ahead and deploy and slow you down. What we're going to do is I need to add some ice, so I'm going to use my little sheet menu here. Where is my cursor? There it is. I need ice, and actually I need to be looking at what's up. If you want in my lap, go ahead. Go ahead. Come on. There you go. Okay. I actually need access to that. So what I'm going to do, let's drop off what I have. Let's shift to 10. Want ice to 1,000. Spawn object. Oh, whoops, that didn't work. There we go. All right, so once you feed some ice to the system, you will notice that your thrusters all turn on. We're going to go ahead and we're going to cut this loose. All right, Now, this might be a little bit heavy for the thrusters that we have active. Plus, the landing gear is now enabled. So, I'm going to come in here, group up our landing gear. LG, save, groups, and switch lock. Also, make sure auto lock gets turned off so you don't get stuck again. Let's unlock. All right, there we go. So we're not too heavy. And now we can go ahead and let this start filling up with hydrogen. And it will take a little bit, so it's a good idea that as you're building to go ahead and get your O2 H2 generator started first. And so that way you can just start shoving ice into it and let it fill up. But in this particular case, because I'm basically in creative mode, I'm not going to have to worry about that. So what you want to do is that once you're happy with your ship and you know that it flies, give it a little bit of a test. Forward, backward, and whatnot, side to side, up, and then down. Give it a little wiggle. Just in general, make sure that it's going to work. You're basically ready. In this case, what we're going to do is we're going to add an antenna. And we're going to add an ore detector as well, because we're going to need those. So I will slap the antenna, or the ore detector there. Antenna there. And we're basically ready to go. We've got everything that we need. Now, you may also want to go ahead and put a solar panel on here if you don't have access to uranium yet. That will just make sure that you don't run out of battery power. But again, with hydrogen, you don't have to worry about it as much. Your O2H2 generator will consume a bit of power, but a solar panel can usually offset that pretty easily. Just have to find a good place for it. And actually, you know what? We will mohawk this. You have to destroy them, unfortunately. Now, there is a mod you could get that would allow you to detach blocks. But no, if you need to rotate them, just grind them down, rotate it, and then re-weld it. It's generally not that bad. It's just like one block. But there we go. There goes our ship. She's ready to fly. So let's go ahead and we're just going to tip ourselves. You don't even have to tip straight up, but we can. Nope. Oh, nope. Never mind. Ran out of fuel. Ran out of fuel. How much ice do I have on board? Nope. That was it. That was all we had. Okay. But yeah, so just make sure that your H2 tank is full, and you should be able to fly just fine. One of the other things that I do, just to make life easier on myself, is that I will come in here and I will grab all of the reverse thrusters. I'm surprised you're not actually showing me what's reverse and what's not. Usually it does. But we'll come in here. And we'll do... Take those so that I know which ones are which. And same with these. And specifically, I want my reverse thrusters once you have all of those set, grab them from the list. And make a group for reverse thrusters. And then you're in your cockpit. Oh, you have to be in the cockpit for it to show up. Oh, now that's interesting. I didn't know that. But any of the thrusters that say backwards are the ones that are going to be your reverse thrust. So you want to grab those, and we want to add the group to our bar so that we can toggle them on and off. And the reason why I do that, you're always missing something. The reason why you want to do that is because of the fact that that will allow you to turn off your reverse thrust, but maintain your side thrust and your forward thrust. So it makes it easier to maintain speed, but maneuver. Whereas if you just hit Z to turn off your dampeners, you may not necessarily be able to turn very well. So, personal preference, it just tends to work out better that way. So let's get a little bit more ice. I wonder. Let's do this and then. Oh.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
Big ball of ice.
Inventory full.
No longer big ball of ice. Now it's little ball of ice. What do I have on me? Oh, okay. So this is the point where you would wait for this to fill up, and then that way you could launch. Nice. And yeah, this is going to take a little while. There you go. Basic ship. It'll get the job done. It'll get you into space. And then everything after that is just practice and testing. And lots of crying as it doesn't work. And then eventually you start getting into more complicated ships. And then you start getting into the ships that make you wish that you had just stopped playing the game. So there you go. But quick and dirty tutorial on how to make your first ship. And it will get you to space. It will get the job done. And it will allow you to make your first asteroid base if you wanted to, or even just a full-on star base. Yeah. So, there we go. Yeah, you're so adorable. Alrighty. That's going to take a while. Now, you also, with hydrogen thrusters, I did see that it was out, and I do remember playing the demo. But that was a long time ago, because I've been seeing YouTube videos popping up about it. But I don't have a loft, so I can't exactly, like... Well, that's good. I'm not saying, like, it was actually a lot of fun. The demo was pretty cool, and I liked it. I liked where it was going. But it's cool that it has also changed, so... Oh, yeah. Always paying the cat tax. I've been paying it all day. Hell, I even had Runt down here for a little while. Skingar. Yay! Thank you for the 5 bits there, Sir Cat. Shallow. Nice. Yeah, you're a good girl. Indeed. Okay. Actually, I think today, or I think right now, is probably a good time to wrap this up. Oh no, this is this. I was just doing a quick tutorial on how to build a your first spaceship. Just a quick and dirty. This is what you need. This is going to get you into space. That sort of thing. We'll pop back over. It's not about efficiency. It's about, is this going to get you to where you need to go? The answer is yes. It will absolutely get you to space. I did not flip it. It was fine. Yeah, no worries, Sectoid. No worries. Pop back over here to alone. Yeah, okay. So, in all fairness, Sir Cat, that's for people who have more than, let's say, 30 hours or more in the game. But when you're just starting out and you've never been to space, that's not going to work. So it's one of those that, this was a ship for you just started playing the game. Generally, though, like I don't even bother trying to use the escape pod to get up into space because I don't like space. This is one of the few games where the space is actually really boring. All of the really fun stuff always happens on planets. And in most cases, I don't need platinum for anything. I don't even need uranium. You just spam. Oh, yeah, no, I know. I don't know. I don't know if space is going to be better in SE2. I know what I need here, though. Damn it. I need... Okay. I apparently need more power. I mean, it looks fine on my screen, so I don't know. My bit rate is about normal. Yeah, so I don't know. And that's one of those things that sucks. It's like sometimes it's you, sometimes it's me, but it's hard to tell which is which. But let's go ahead and do... I can put that there. No, I can't. I can put that there. Then this, and then you. And then this one, I will put... that. Yeah. I want to do that. Yeah. Because what I'll do then is I can do the ladder here. Then railing, railing, and railing. Then this comes across to here. There. And there. Yes. No. I mean, I can still make that work, but... Uh-oh. Down she goes. I was hoping that would work, but... I think what I'll have to do is just say, sorry, OSHA. Actually, no, I don't. I mean, I do, but I don't. So I think I have the half railings. Although that wouldn't work. I would need quarter railings. So yeah, we're just going to have to apologize to OSHA for not complying with safety standards and then move on from there. Okay, because I can't really attach... Oh yeah, I can do the ladders. That's true. It's like war crimes. It's not really a war crime if it's the first time. Grab that, and that. That, and that. Perfect. That's true. See, that's why you always apologize. It's like, how can you be mad at Canada? They're so polite. There we go. God, I wish it did. I could use a little 420. They didn't give us Justin Bieber. We kind of stole him and then let P. Diddy around him. All right, there we go. Yeah, that's really what happened. P. Diddy was all like, yo, I'm hungry. Let me get some Canadian bacon. And then that's what happened. True story. All right. That's true, yeah. Oh, well. I have not, but I have not also been following it for very long. Like, it's not one of those things where I'm like, oh, I got to find out all the dirty details. I don't need to know. I really don't. Basically, it's just the newest version of the Epstein list. That's all. Well, of course, that's why they got invited to the parties in the first place. I'm sorry, I thought I had grabbed those. That's what he said. There we go. There, that looks good. I imagine P. Diddy really is just Epstein 2.0. That's where all of this is going. And that's really what this feels like. And I've talked to my mom about this. This feels like the historical fall of Rome. Because when you look at everything that's happening to the US, the political division, the rich becoming more and more decadent, the fall of the lower and middle classes, all of this lines up with essentially how Rome fell, how the Roman Empire wound up dissolving. So that's pretty much what I feel is happening. But, yeah, every great empire eventually falls. The only empire that has sort of kind of been lucky to not fall under the same issue, strangely enough, has been the British Empire. But their disillusion was in a different way. They have been, I think, eroding from the inside. And mostly under, well, basically, once Queen Elizabeth died, that was basically it. That was the last vestiges of the old empire. And so everything else has been slowly downhill after that. Was it Queen Elizabeth? Yeah. I can't keep them all straight. I'm not British. I don't care. Good tea. Terrible everything else. Oh, I don't need the oxygen one. I need the hydrogen one. There we go. Not surprised. Now, here's something to bear in mind, though. Just because somebody is on that list doesn't mean that they were taking part in the festivities. That is something to remember. I need girders. Nope. Glass. Bulletproof glass. I need... Let's do 500. Oh, did I also... I should have checked girders. Did I check those? That actually would be incredibly frightening and hilarious at the same time. But it is also something to note that, and this is the funny part, and especially because of stuff that's been coming out with Neil Gaiman, or Gaiman, however you pronounce his name, is amazing how many people are surprised that these people are a little freaky. And not just a little freaky, but that they are so out there. And especially creatives. And it's like, what do you expect from these people? Like, you look at a lot of the creative types and consider not only what their childhoods were like, but then also the sort of stuff that they come up with. And it's like, yeah, they are kind of messed up in the head. It is what it is. Why am I out of girders? You said I had more. Well, partly idol worship, but I mean just in general. Just about every creative person I have ever known is broken in some way. And a lot of that comes down to the fact that that sort of brokenness is what allows them to view the world differently than every other person out there. Most normal people, we'll call them normal people, they've had a normal childhood. There was, nothing weird that happened. Well, and given his early years, yeah. But most normal people look at the world as a get from point A to point B, make sure I have food, make sure I have shelter, make sure I have clothes. That they're basically just on, basic instincts, if you will. Most broken people, though, wind up in a situation where they have a need and a drive to express themselves in some way. That would be cool, Tommy. So I think at the end of the day, most normal people would look at creatives and be like, what the hell is wrong with you? Why are you like this? And most creatives look at normal people going, why aren't you? That's why so many of them, oh God, excuse me. That's why so many of them wind up not really aware of why everybody else finds it weird or strange or out of the ordinary. Like they can't fathom it. Like, why don't you see it the way I do? So the problem comes down to the fact that most creative people wind up mingling with most normal people. And the normal people go, hey, I can make a lot of money if I go ahead and share their secrets. Yeah, yes. But a lot of times it just comes down to, hey, this person's famous. Other people want to know that, they're messed up. So I'm going to make a lot of money by ratting them out. By telling everybody that they are fucked up. It's like, okay. Not necessarily defending the behaviors. It's just the timing of it that's always so suspect. That's the problem for me. And it's always like 5 to 20 years later. Well, and see, there's this weird double-edged sword when it comes to people with lots and lots of money. You can give them a tax hike, and then what winds up happening is that they leave the country to a country that doesn't have the same taxes. Now, all of a sudden, you've taken all that money out of the pool. And what winds up happening is that now that you have one less rich person, you have to then get that money from somewhere, which means all the middle class winds up having to pick up the slack. So it is a double-edged economic sword, because rich people got rich by not spending money. That's part of the problem. Let's come down here. I think I need to get, yeah. Get these. Yeah, not quite. The British were trying that, and it didn't quite work out. They only got but so far. But I think part of our problem is, well, yeah, everybody always has their own interpretation of history. I think part of the problem that we're facing is that as a species, we are on the cusp of, I'm out of iron again, aren't I? Yes. We are on the cusp of starting to push towards full globalization, starting to become a global species in terms of a united society. But instinctually, our tribalism is still fighting it. It is still fighting against that desire to be one whole as opposed to a bunch of smaller segments. Because it's scary to think about. It's scary to let go of individual autonomy at that level, not like personal autonomy, but just the individual groups. Well, yes and no. I think having an actual enemy to fight would be a bad thing, because our push out into space would be a hostile one, not one out of the desire to grow. Now, necessity is a good thing. Necessity can cause you to come up with really good stuff. But I think for us as a species, going out into space because we have to go fight somebody would be the wrong way to do it. But I think at the end of the day, it just comes down to the fact that people with power don't want to give up that power, and people without power don't know how to get it without, taking it violently. So it's one of those that we will either, well, oh yeah, my inventory is always full. We will most likely have to go through some sort of violent turmoil to get to the other side of it and become better. Or we will have violent turmoil and not make it. Those are kind of the only two options that we have. Or, well, I guess there's a third. We just grow stagnant, and this is as far as we get. This is it. Let's get more and more and more. Which, the idea of stagnation should actually be more frightening than extinction. At least with extinction, there is the possibility of something in the future. Like another uprising of life. Oh, God. Yes, it probably is. Let's get more. I was going to wrap up, but here we are, philosophizing and drilling. Although, really, while you're drilling for stuff, what else are you going to do? I can't look at boobies while I'm doing this, so. Although I guess technically I could. You guys wouldn't be able to see it. Benefit of a third monitor. Go. Well, and that is also a fair approximation, but it also depends on the person. Because there are a lot of people who look at being at the bottom of the barrel, so to speak, as the best place to be because of the fun of the struggle. And other people look at it as the worst possible place you can be. And then when you're at the top and you've got everything you need and there's nothing to earn and there's nowhere else to explore and go to, you're bored. That struggle no longer compels you to do something interesting. And so it's one of those that it really comes down to the individual, it comes down to the person. What is their personal drive? Indeed. All right. I know who you're talking about because he's been on Joe Rogan a few times. But I don't know his name. I remember that one clip, though, surfaced with. He was on Joe Rogan's podcast, and they were talking about Anthony Bourdain. Because the Asian guy and Anthony used to be really good friends until Bourdain had unalived himself, as they say.
Inventory full.
And then he just broke down crying, talking about it. And it's like, that is also another big problem. Is mental health in general. I know a lot of people will say, well, mental health in general is just a big problem we're not dealing with. And I think that would go a long way towards making our future brighter as well. So if we started paying better attention to mental health rather than just turning it into a TikTok trend. Well, and it's not even about knowing about it. In fact, knowing about it is a good thing. The problem is the attention that they wind up getting because of it. They get attention for having a mental health issue or thinking they have one. Well, hey there, Taz. Why are you slinking in here? But they think they have a problem. And so they utilize it to make extra money on TikTok and Instagram and all sorts of other things. And they celebrate it. Like they're like, look, I'm messed up. I'm a broken thing. Pity me and give me money. Why? Don't you want to get fixed? Don't you want to be better? That's one way to look at it. One thing that I contribute a lot of today's problems to is we stopped spanking our kids. Yeah, you're right. And I think in that respect, like that's the other thing is, and well, okay, that's not necessarily true.
Inventory.
Humiliation has changed. It used to be that it was within our local friend group. We had our friends to keep us humble. Oh, yeah, kind of that. But I think our friends group really has been the more important aspect of development. And what happened is that the social group that we hang out with is no longer the people that we know around us. Our social group has expanded to either the 10 people we know online or the 4 million people that happen to see our post. And so instead of just a few friends who are giving you shit about a bad decision or a funny night or some other little thing that would help maintain your sanity because they're friends that you trust, you are now getting ridiculed by, 1,000, 100,000, a million people. And that puts a completely different weight on that humiliation that would otherwise teach us to be better people. Right. I think that should be enough, Iron. Like, how are we doing? Oh, yeah, that should be better. But also on the flip side is that we, as individuals, put too much weight and stock in what strangers say to us. That sounds about right. Whereas, instead of having just like, I don't know, 10 solid people that we trust. There we go. Like we should. We're like, well, obviously these, 1,000 people know way better. So they're the ones that I should be paying more attention to. But I'm sorry, guys. I don't trust you that much. I think at the end of the day, I care about your opinions only enough in that if they make sense, I'll pay attention to it. Otherwise, though, I don't care. You guys can have whatever opinion you want, and I would expect the exact same from you guys. Only listen to my opinions if it makes sense to you. Otherwise, ignore half of what I'm rattling about. Because most of the time, I'm probably talking out of my ass. That's the way it should always be. All right, girl, come here. Up here. Oh, you're gonna jump up? All right, come on. Come on. Come on. It's okay. Fine, I will pick you up. Yeah, kinda. Chilly too. If you can see her, which you probably can't because she's, a black cat. This one's Taz. She's kind of the bitch of the group. But yeah, like the way that I look at my position in things is that I am I am an entertainer. My job, and I do treat this like a job. My job is to make sure that you guys as the audience are entertained by whatever it is that I'm doing. Oh, really? Damn. Okay. Oh, because I got that side as well. Okay. She's probably getting ready to make you guys lunch or dinner. I'm gonna have to close my door. Give me more. Give me all of it. There we go. Got it all. Like, part of the problem comes down to the fact that a lot of content creators feel as if they are more than their job. They get so hung up on their own personal power. They're like, look at all these people that follow me. I think she's calling for you. All right, give me a second. I will be right back, guys. All right, there we go. Oh. Okay. Ah, I have all of the ingredients that I need. Like, personally, for myself, I don't mind the concept of getting more popular. I think it would be cool to, have a slightly bigger stream, more people watching and interacting and whatnot, and growing the community to a point where, you have a lot of different people who are sharing cool ideas and designs and just a lot of really awesome creativity going on with everybody. But at the same time, some of these communities that get too large to manage. True. And, sometimes communities get so big that you cannot maintain them in any sort of reasonable or respectable fashion. And then, of course, you start having personality clashes where the bigger, bombastic personalities are constantly attempting to dominate for some sort of control over things. Yep, infighting is another one. Now, fortunately, when I was growing up, I was part of a rather large group of people, rather large community. That's fine. it's okay. Don't even worry about it there, buddy. But I was part of a community of role players. We did online text-based role play back when that was still a thing. And there were a lot of different personalities that were around at the time. Lots of different types of people. And there were also all sorts of ages. It was like any other community where you had your young people, you had your older people, kind of everybody in between. Everybody had their own idea of what the thing was that we were doing. And so I got kind of used to having to deal with that personally, but in a surprisingly safe environment. Oh, it has been for a long time. And I think that's the internet in general. That is the way that the internet has been going. Because you look at YouTube is a great example. Look at all of the videos that are about drama, that are about fighting, that are about person versus person, and compare that to the number of videos that are about positivity, about people making connections, about really cool stuff that's coming out, or inventions, or just things like that. And you'll notice that there's probably 3 times more content about drama than there is about positivity. And that's because we've grown up as a species, at least here in the West, we've grown up as people to be naturally drawn to drama. Exactly. Drama sells. It's unfortunate and it sucks, but it is what it is. That's where the money is. These, okay. And considering that we spend all of our time, well, most of our time, looking for what's going to get the most money, that's what winds up being the thing that people gravitate towards. And I can't even say that I'm not interested in drama, because a little bit is kind of fun sometimes. Like, I've been following the whole World of Warcraft OnlyFans drama that's been going on, because there is a level of entertainment in it, that morbid curiosity, but also the comedy of it. That's true. That is true. We are friends, and you do bring a lot of drama to the table. That's a good way of putting it. Then again, evil minds discuss ideas on what events we can cause to what people. So, always pick your poison. Boop. And almost done here. And it's just this damn glass that we have to take care of. There goes that. And finally, that one. Now we just do the uprights or the turrets. And that will be most of the important stuff done. I thought that said for a second, unknown signal deleted. I was like, oh, really? Okay. Didn't even have a chance. And what I might do is go ahead and do some panels or something around the conveyor junctions, just to kind of help protect them and also make them stand out a little bit less. So we'll see here in a second. There's that. And then we'll get this done. This will be fantastic. And again, sorry for just ranting around about random stuff, but you know, when you're doing monotonous work like this, what else are you really going to talk about? Like, there's only so much I can share about, oh, this is why I did this. This is why I did that. I did this because those are conveyors, and conveyors lead to the turrets. The turrets will shoot the things, but the things have to get close enough. There we go. Let's see. I should probably go ahead and let's do these first because it's easier to get to their access points. I'll do one of these and then the others. And then that way I can work backwards and forwards and be able to get access to stuff. go. Boop. There we go. Oh, of course, that one is turned away from me. Oh, yeah, yeah, ammo. I tend to forget that ammo tends to go into those things. So we'll aim you like that. There we go. Now you get your ammo. Everybody will be happy. All right, let's grab this one over here. And then I think we're getting pretty close to getting this wrapped up. Again, aside from the glass, there's just so much of it that this will take a really long time to get welded up. Let's grab what I need for this. I think what I'll do is, before we wrap up for today, take a quick look, and before we lose daylight, as I want to see how this looks. God, these assault cannons just take so much stuff. Mostly it's the metal grids. It's one of the few things, like thrusters and turrets are where you're going to spend a lot of your cobalt. Am I out of nickel? Am I out of nickel? Oh my god, I am. Holy crap. Alright. I actually get to go mining some more. What I should do is that. And I need... Let's do... What is it? Dusty? Actually, no, we won't do Dusty. I want to do... Hazard. There we go. That way I will know where I need to back up to for that. And I should do the same thing over here. Love the spray gun so much. It just makes so much sense, and it's so much easier. And then, honestly, all of these are right about here. This doesn't count, though, because I don't have anything set up for the little guy here, for my scout. How are your batteries doing? Why are you not recharging? That's not what I want. Okay, we'll do this way. Or, oh, no, you're the hitch. Ah! You're the button panel. I don't want the button panel. Warfare battery. There we go. Trailer battery 1. Trailer battery 2. Trailer battery 3. There we go. Now I can find the batteries easier. Batteries, save. Think I might need... probably another button, but for now, control panel, other batteries, Earth mode, recharge. I think what's happening is that the base is basically just treating them like the base batteries. So I need to go ahead and set them up so that they are actually recharging correctly. Yeah, there we go. All right. So let's grab Red Rover here for your batteries. Awesome. And let's go pick up some nickel, which should be just right over here. Yep, there it is. As well as, I think, do I need cobalt as well? Oh, I was like, why are there craters there? I know why there's craters there, because that's where I wound up eating the dirt with the trailer a couple of times. But I know I'm good on nickel. Well, I need nickel, but how about cobalt? I still have 234 cobalt. I should grab a little bit more. And especially with the number of metal grids that I'm utilizing. Go. And back, there we go. Let's drop this down so it's easier to get to the back there. Yeah, that'll be fine. I have, okay, good. Ooh, I am almost out of hydrogen now. Again. Hello, nickel. Fortunately, with nickel, I'm not going to need like a huge amount with this either. In fact, the nickel that I had on the base and had been using was from just a little mining trip like this. So it's not even a situation where, you know, I was needing to do multiple trips all the time. That was 1 or 2 trips plus any of the stone I pick up from when I do my iron mining.
Inventory full.
So awesome. Glad to hear it. I do enjoy entertaining, intelligent discussion. And then also sometimes I like acting like I'm a complete buffoon. So it could go either way depending on the scenario. Sometimes a little idiocy can go a long way. And, you know, if you take everything seriously all the time, life gets so damn boring. Like, shake it up a little bit. Be stupid sometimes. It can be fun. That's why we develop drugs and alcohol. Yes. There's very definitely a valid reason, and especially in the case of a rover that you may not use all the time. If you don't have any other form of recharging it normally, like it's not connected to your base all the time, and you have it just kind of sitting away, a hydrogen engine can be a really useful way of providing it with additional power to recharge with. And then the same with a reactor. A reactor can go a long way towards making sure that, let's say, you don't need to keep it connected to the base all the time because you're not using it all the time, or you have limited connectors just because that's the way you've designed things. So it's an important vehicle, but it's not the important vehicle of the moment. So having a reactor or a hydrogen engine means that that vehicle will always be available and ready to some degree, even if you just don't recharge it normally. So yes, never a bad idea. Yeah, and that happens sometimes too. One of the things that you can do for that, if it's a small grid vehicle, is just go ahead and drop a small battery on there. That's I think it's 2 cells, 2 of the battery cells. So at that point, or 2 power cells. So you're not really wasting anything like you would with a large battery. And it's usually enough power that you can at least get a hydrogen engine running again. All right, that should be enough stuff to continue. So let's get this back and around. Gotcha. Yeah, so there you go. Now, with a large grid, you might have to turn some other stuff off just because of the fact that large grid does suck up as much power as it does. But other than that, that should still be fine. Yeah, that'll be good. And beautiful. Yep, exactly. All right, hopefully that's everybody connected. Just double check this. Yeah. Cat probably just tried to push the door open and couldn't, and was all like, wait a minute. What are you doing, human? I have been denied access. Which I reply, yes. There you go. Event controllers are another one of those absolutely wonderful blocks that they added. That's the wrong. We will drop you off there so I can grab you from here. There we go. Let's see. Oh, absolutely. In fact, a lot of people have already mentioned that they have been wanting that sort of a connector for a long time because of the fact that it will allow them to connect their small grid vehicles to large grid without having to take up the space of a full-size connector. And that I can absolutely agree with. Like a mining vehicle, that right there will be an absolutely astounding game changer for mining vehicles. Because when you consider how large a regular connector is on small grid, that is at least, 8 blocks that you're no longer taking up space for. And I think it's even, because I think they're even bigger than that, if I remember correctly. Yeah, so that's more than that. That's at least, 9, 8, 17 blocks that you now no longer have on that vehicle, when you can just use one small connector instead. So yes, it will be a game changer. It will go a long way towards changing the way that we build our small grid vehicles. Well, maybe. For some people it will. For others, they're like, I'm always using them anyway. It doesn't matter. So it just kind of depends. But I think overall, anything that can increase the options for construction is going to be a good thing. It never hurts to have more options. All right, there goes our second one. That one's finished. Let's just take a moment and take a look at how this is, there we go, turning out. And I have to admit, I'm really liking this. This is one of those builds that I'm really just enjoying. I like the look of it. I like the feel of it. It basically has a little bit of everything that I enjoy. So once we get the glass put in and all the windows look nice and everything, I'm going to be really, really happy with it. And then the next build is going to be our rocket silo, which I think what I'll do is maybe put it up there on this little mound, this hill here. Just build it up, yeah, kind of on here. And so that way it'll be kind of separated from, but at the same time, I can still run out a conveyor belt, or not conveyor belt, conveyor tubes out here and have the whole thing still connected to the same grid. But there we go. I think we're going to go ahead and wrap this one up for today. We got a lot of work done on the garages. Just had a good time in general. Also, all the new people who came in today, awesome to meet you. Hopefully you enjoyed the stream. For everybody else, who cares? But no, seriously, you guys are awesome. So glad to have you guys hanging out, sharing some ideas, listening to me ramble, that sort of thing. Putting up with the almost consistent cat tax today. I really do need to figure out how to fix that door. But anyway, we're going to go ahead and wrap this one up. Just as a note, I do also upload these to YouTube. YouTube channel should just be at Cruz Coda, I think it is. Or did I actually change it? Yep, just Cruz Coda. So if you ever wanted to go back and rewatch for any particular reason, that's where you can find it. And that's just youtube.com/@CruzCoda. Other than that, though, that is going to be it for today. As always, thank you all for joining me on these misadventures. So glad to have you guys along for the ride. You all have a wonderful day. Stay out of trouble. And remember, if you get caught, I don't know you. I will catch you guys tomorrow.